Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the Iran conflict will heat up, as I predicted, right? So we will see, I believe, at some point, boots on the ground, right? And it's just a matter of timing now. Lots of military transports have been, for the last several days, moving into the Middle East. Probably bombs and missiles and so forth are on those, and very possibly there's lots of military troops that are on those transport planes as well, going to get in position. So I don't think they're going to be like, I don't think it's going to happen Monday or next week. We still have a Marine Expeditionary Force that's moving into the area. It should be there sometime by the end of the week or maybe early part of next week. I don't know. It's going to be a matter of time. Now, like I said yesterday in my show, who's the only other person in history that has defeated Iran? And so only one in history. That was Alexander the Great. Now, how did he defeat them? He had superior military prowess that was basically much better than the Persians at the time, although the Persians, had massive armies and so forth. They controlled vast swaths of land. They outnumbered the Greeks on a massive scale. Right now, I think Iran has an army of IDF, not IDF, but IRGC of 1.5 million. And those are just some accounts that I've heard. So I don't think the U.S. has 1 million. I don't know. Maybe we do. But so, it seems to be no odds are against us. But the other thing that, and probably another major factor, the reason why Alexander the Great was successful is because the people of Persia at the time did not like their ruling class, right? Sound familiar? All right. So everything is lining up for this to be the second time in history that Persia is basically defeated their army, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I think there's no other way around it. In fact, I think we're going into a global war against the deep state, right? And as I learned today, the Pilgrim Society. So the Pilgrim, of course, we had the Pilgrims come to America. They were good. And, they did good things. We've talked about them. And they, connected with the Indians and had a good old time, Thanksgiving and all that good stuff. But the English wanted to continue to rule America and have, for the most part, done so to a great extent. Like our military is basically controlled by the City of London. Banking system is controlled by the City of London. The media is controlled by City of London. And who is in the Pilgrim Society? Tucker Carlson, and his father was in the Pilgrim Society as well. I'm going to show you a lot of people that are in Pilgrim Society. The Pilgrim Society, basically, which is based in City of London, England, has been controlling a lot of the world for a long time. They control China, they control Iran, they control a lot, guys. All right, so ultimately, that has to be taken down. So that's why I say there will be a global war, right? Because that has to be taken down. City of London has to be taken down. And I don't know how it gets taken down. I don't know if Russia takes it down, right? That if we being the United States aligns with Russia, defeats the Chinese, because we're basically butting heads against the Chinese because the Chinese are trying to get oil through the Middle East, and it's not working out so good for them because President Trump today said we're basically shutting down the everything. No, if we're not going to have a deal with Iran, then nobody is going through the Strait of Hormuz, right? So who is he targeting? He's targeting probably the only ships that have been able to get through, and that's Chinese flagged ships that have paid, so they say, $1 million. But we know that China has given the Iranians upwards of, I think last I heard was 300 or 450,000 missile systems and drones. It's like, how much does America have? Like 7,000. All right, so it's kind of lopsided there. All right, but again, just like with Alexander the Great, they were more advanced thanks to his father, Philip III. They were the most advanced military in the world at the time. And they had all of the Greeks, which is very rare, combine their armies. Of course, Alexander the Great defeated all of them, so they had to join him. And then he went over and defeated everybody. He defeated everybody. So until they poisoned him in Baghdad, right? Which is interesting because it gets to the point where did the pilgrim stuff come from? It came from Babylon, right? Not far from Baghdad, Iraq. So Babylon, I went to Babylon when I was in that area around 2003, 2004-ish, when I was contract security to protect diplomats and so forth. So I got to travel to Babylon. And of course, not of course, but if you did not know it, Saddam Hussein believed he was the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar II, who, after he defeated Cyrus the Great's army on the walls, didn't really defeat them, but they tried to breach the walls, 85 foot thick walls, and they weren't successful. So they were partying, and that's like this scroll started right on the wall, the writings on the wall. So he called on Daniel, the prophet, Israel, the Jewish prophet, to come in and decipher it because none of his guys could do it. So basically, paraphrasing, Daniel said, "You will be destroyed." And they all laughed about that and thought that was really funny. But while that was happening, Cyrus the Great had diverted the Euphrates River so that he could go under the wall, because the Euphrates River, they had like this gate that went deep down into the Euphrates River, so no one could go past those 85 foot or 85 thick walls and the big iron gates that were in the Euphrates. So Cyrus the Great basically diverted the flow of the Euphrates, went under the gated wall, and defeated Babylon, and of course gave the Jews back and helped them fund the second temple, right? The Solomon's temple. So it had been destroyed by the Babylonians, and the Jews were enslaved. Now this moves into the next phase, where the Silk Road basically was run by, because Nebuchadnezzar had he basically made people pay for money, right? So and that was against the laws of Judaism, and you couldn't, charge for it was usury, so you couldn't charge for money. But Nebuchadnezzar did, and they did it for like 70 years. And then along the Silk Road, they had lots of people that were, making sure they got their fair share. Taxation, the bankers made sure the bankers got money, and then there was a usury fee for borrowing money, which basically enslaved people, right? And it was never supposed to be that way. That was all the way back to Moses' time and so forth in the Bible. It was like a no-no, right? It was like demonic, Luciferian to, charge usury fees. Of course, that's what the banksters have done here in the United States, and we see how they went to England, right? From France to England, and that City of London started doing the usury fee, and that's what we have now. Federal Reserve, part of the Pilgrim Society, and of course, all the banksters that are part of the Federal Reserve, probably Pilgrim Society guys. So we'll talk about some of this, and like the blue shirt, FO, you Pilgrim Society people, right? So that's where we are. So Pilgrim Society is basically deep state. That is the deep state. And we're going to talk a little bit more detail about that. But that's basically give you an idea where this conversation is going. And at the end, I'll talk about Peter Ticklin, new Attorney General. Peter Ticklin, like I talked about yesterday, went to high school with Trump and went into that military academy and was like his sergeant of arms, and Trump was like the company commander. And so they worked together for a long time. So I'll talk about how Peter Ticklin plans to basically take down the deep state as Attorney General. So, and he's got everything outlined. So we'll talk about that. It's absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to have him on a show on Wednesday. David Clements is coming on tomorrow. So we got a heck of a lineup coming up for you guys. So you want to stay tuned. All right, so let's look at what's going on. The ceasefire is about ready to be over. We'll see how that's going to work out. But Trump, U.S. will blockade ships entering or leaving Strait of Hormuz.
On his social media platform early Sunday that the U.S. Navy will begin the process of blockading all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. That threat coming after a U.S. delegation led by Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, failed to reach an agreement with the Iranians to end the war during trilateral meetings in Islamabad.
The simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon.
Iran's lead negotiator blaming the failure of the talks on the U.S., saying the U.S. side failed to win Tehran's trust during the negotiations. The White House is demanding Iran turn over its stockpile of enriched uranium, end its ballistic missile program, and its support for terror groups, as well as threats to stop the free passage of ships in the critical Strait of Hormuz, where 1/5 of the global oil supply flows. The strait's closure has been impacting gas prices here at home. The gas index showing a 21% increase last month, the largest one-month jump since records began in 1967. In an interview with Fox News, the president was asked if he thinks gas prices will be lower by the midterms in November.
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer.
Meanwhile, despite no deal between the two sides, the president saying negotiations got friendly towards the end.
We got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition. And that's the only point, frankly, to me, that was the most important point by far.
Pakistani officials saying Sunday they hope to continue facilitating dialogue between the two sides. Marcus Moore.
All right. So they're going to continue to talk. All right. Is that going to be like the U.S. is just going to continue to build up arms and personnel for the coming strike? Maybe. So it will be very interesting, how this goes. Now, I can tell you right now, the markets do not like this. All right. So all the upside that you saw last week is going to go bye-bye. And you guys know what I say. If oil goes up, stocks go down. All right. So oil is up big pre-market. All right. Futures are showing a massive spike right now in oil. Will President Trump be able to talk it down? Will he have something to say that brings the price down? Or will it be, okay, I'm done talking. It's time to kick some ass. All right. So we'll see. As you see there, that's a heck of a spike up. And right now it's up almost $10. It's up well over $100 again, a barrel, 105 right now. Same thing with UK oil, up $9.06 also. So up over $100 a barrel. The precious metals don't like that. right? At some point, like I said, precious metals turn around and they blast higher, right? But right now, people are going to be selling. The only thing that's going to help them stay solvent, and that's precious metals, because that's real money. And you're seeing also the dollar index is spiking a little bit there. That puts pressure on precious metals as well. Crypto does not like this either. It's down significantly. So we'll see what's going to happen. The market futures are down bigly, right? And let's look at that. So right now they've been just like plunging. I looked at them a little bit earlier, and they're down a little bit, quite a bit more than when I looked earlier. All right. So right now, futures for the market are down, as you see here. Over 1%, 1.11% for the Dow, and Nasdaq down 1.33, and S&P's down 1.15. All right, silver and gold down, crude oil up massively, right? And crypto, like I said, not liking it at all, right? So it's down. XRP is getting hammered. Everything's getting hammered crypto-wise, right? So we'll see, probably, unless President Trump comes out and does the smooth talker that he is, turns things around, we're going to see a massive plunge in the stock market tomorrow. All right, so what is this going to lead to? Regardless of whether they turn the spigots back on tomorrow, the energy crunch is worse, like that one guy said. It's worse than it's ever been. Worse than it's ever been, going all the way back to the 1960s. So those of you that lived through or read about the 70s, I lived through it, where oil prices skyrocketed and stayed up for a long time. We had stagflation, stock market went down, stayed down for years. And during that time frame, it was like hardly any jobs were available for a young man like myself, 18-year-old. I was like, well, I always dreamed about going to the military and being a Navy SEAL. So here we go. So probably a good thing, because it turned out pretty good for me. Right. So what's going to happen to Europe? In America, not so much, because we produce more than we need as far as oil now. Even though Biden tried to destroy our oil industry, it didn't work out. Right. So Trump came back and drill, baby, drill. And I think at some point we'll get together with those guys up in Canada. They have all those oil reserves that Ottawa seems to be stealing from them and not giving it back to the people that, they're the ones that have it. It's their province. So I think there's going to be something worked out with them. We'll see how that works out. So Edmonton, Alberta. So looks like you guys are going to be in the groove again, but we'll see. It's tough out there right now as far as like the deep state. They're putting a lot of pressure on. So there's going to be some problems. It's snowing over there. Yes, your astute observation skills, right? So we got several feet, as you guys can see behind me. It is still snowing. So yes, still snowing in almost mid-spring. So we needed it, so it's good. Looks like build a snowman time. Yeah, so I played in the snow a lot. I'm just going to let it sit there and build up. It's not going to be that much. It'll melt in a few days. No biggie. All right. So what else? We have Monkey Works. So Monkey Works, as you guys, if you've watched him at all, if you're not, then he gives really good insights as far as, what's going on in the world. But first, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's listen to Survival Lily, right? Survival Lily. Our Survival Lily brings up some good stuff. She lets us know what's going on in Europe. She cuts through the BS, and this is what's going on.
Again from Europe, and it doesn't look that great actually. Beyond what we can imagine, Europe's coming energy crunch. With the war in Iran threatening to choke off energy flows for the foreseeable future, Europe is facing a supply shock that promises to cripple manufacturing, ground airlines, hike up the price of food, spike borrowing costs, and send inflation spiraling back to crisis levels. If the war drags on, it will place a burden on the European economies, says Christine Lagarde, the president of the European Central Bank, and warned in a recent interview that long-term effects are probably beyond what we can imagine at the moment. With almost all global suppliers at maximum capacity, European leaders are beginning to realize that the LNG supplies that they were counting on are not coming here as expected. It's not like we have a buffer. It's not like we have some security here. Europe will start to feel the pain this coming month, or possibly even in a few weeks. While energy prices, oil and gas could still stay high in Europe even if the war in Iran ends, Europe may not yet breathe a sigh of relief due to long-lasting impact on energy supplies on which the bloc heavily relies. Even if peace is made tomorrow, still we will not go back to normal in the foreseeable future. Rising gas prices impact British and European energy bills via both the direct cost of gas and the increased cost to generate electricity through gas-fired power plants. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that actually about 30% of electricity in Germany, I believe, or in Austria, is coming from gas-fired power plants. So if the natural gas price is going up, the electricity price is going up as well. Europe begins energy rationing as the crisis moves into daily life. The European Union has begun urging citizens to work from home, drive less, reduce
to work from home. We're moving into the energy lockdowns, guys. It's coming.
Speed limits and cut overall energy consumption as part of an emergency response to the shock created in the Iran war. The language coming out of officials make it clear that this is not just temporary. European authorities are warning of a very serious situation with no immediate end in sight. Yeah, some people would also call it an energy lockdown. This will not...
Yes, an energy lockdown. It is coming. All right, so it's coming. Right? There's no way that we can get around that. They have planned this. Trump stepped in early to try and get control of it. That's my thoughts on it. So now let's look at some other things that are pretty much out there. That's very concerning. All right, so you guys know that Orban in Hungary, he was basically the stopgap for the European Union from pushing an extremism. He lost today. So this is a very, very bad sign for Europe because they're going to push a war with Russia, guys. When everything fails, they take you to war. They take you to war, right? Orban concedes. It was absolute landslide, historic Hungarian landslide. Now, did they come in and manipulate this? I believe they did. Orban was probably one of the last hopes for Europe to actually, survive, and it's gone now. So in a stunning collapse that ends 16 years of uninterrupted rule, Hungarian Prime Minister Orban conceded defeat in Sunday's parliamentary elections. So it was a massive defeat. So looks like they got 128 seats of the 199 seat National Assembly. So did the people really hate Orban that much? Right? Or something else? The concession delivered as vote tallies continue to roll in. Did they have mail-in voting? With record 77.8% turnout, marks the first time in the post-communist era that Orban's Fidesz has lost control of parliament. It validates the dire warning Orban himself issued just days ago in his final campaign rally. We could now lose everything. So to Peter Magyar, the 43-year-old former Fidesz insider who rocked Tisza from fringe movement to projected governing force in under 2 years, hailed the movement as a turning point for Hungary. Yes, turning point probably for hell, right? So the result upends the European political landscape. Brussels truce, frozen European Union funds. So they were trying to put pressure on Orban. He wasn't having it. So now they're going to get 20 billion that they froze. That was Hungary's money. So they were. That's why I'm led to believe that they came in and hijacked this election. Hungary's systematic vetoes on Ukraine aid, migration policy, and rule of law mechanisms are likely to end. So migration policy. So now Hungary's going to get flooded with migrants again. Rule of law mechanisms likely to end. Orban's pro-peace, Russia-friendly stance, including delays on sanctions and energy deals, will almost certainly be reversed. Populist right in free fall, this defeat delivers a body blow to Europe's nationalist movements. Marine Le Pen, Matteo Salvini, and Germany's AfD lose their strongest Central European anchor. Donald Trump's recent endorsement of Orban as a strong leader and J.D. Vance's pre-election Budapest visit now looked like backing the wrong horse. Well, they were backing the right horse, but the wrong horse is in there, in my opinion. Markets react, so they like it. All right, so this is a body blow for Europe, guys. And it's basically they're going to descend into extreme control by the deep state, right? So the deep state obviously came in and stole our election, and we have to be be very, very aware that they could possibly, hijack the midterms as well, right? So lots of things are going to start to transpire very quickly. There's going to be victories, and then, like we just saw there, very significant defeats, right? So what's going on in the Middle East? We're moving lots of equipment over there. So we got Monkey Works, all right? I don't know what happened to Monkey Works here. He's got the Mod Squad look going on. You guys remember the Mod Squad back in the late 60s and early 70s? It was a great show. I was sad when it went away. But that was the same time frame where they had Dark Shadows, Barnabas Collins, back when we had the the vampire guy. So that was back when we had soap operas that were very popular. Now you got, anytime you want to watch that stuff, you have access. So soap operas are no longer, now we got those little mini series that are all over the place now. They're pretty cool. All right, so this is what's going on, guys. We're moving a lot of stuff over to the Middle East.
Let me show you something, though. I'm going to take you over here to the reach traffic, and I want you to see the last 4 days. Now, I will tell you the 4 days before that was just as intense. Okay, but notice right here, that's Fort Hood. That tells me that they are grabbing the airborne guys. Right, they're flying them up here to Dover, then they're getting on flights and they're flying across. Notice the consolidation into the port area. That tells me too that they're bringing more equipment into the ports. And then you'll see just a huge spaghetti chain going right into Ramstein and then down into the Middle East. And of course, it doesn't show you, I'm not showing you where they're going in the Middle East. I'm just pointing out the fact that they're headed to the Middle East. Now, this one I thought was interesting. So, but I got to move this around. And I do apologize for that, folks. But this right here, these are your Camber flights, U.S. Transportation Command. The interesting thing, the last time we checked in, there was a bunch going into the Middle East. Now I see them all headed into Europe, but you'll notice that they're all kind of consolidating out of the United States. A lot of stuff coming out of Biggs, which is, that's going to be your RDs, missile defense guys. There's stuff coming out of Fort Hood, and then you see them a fair amount going across the drink. So what that tells me, just based on that, is we are backfilling into slots in Europe. Let me show you something, though. I'm going to take you over here.
So backfilling slots into Europe so that those guys can go down into the Middle East, right? So you have, from Fort Hood, you have, the paratroopers are basically heading over on a massive level, it looks like. Massive numbers of flights have been going over for the last 4 days, right? So this is a buildup. And I've been calling this for a while because I've worked in the Middle East for decades, and I know these savages, like I call them, right? Now, the good thing, like I said, most of Iran is very good people like you and I, all right? Whether they're Muslim, Christian, it doesn't matter, but the sect does matter. So I've told you the Shiite are the ones that they're violent, and they lie, and they steal, and they kill. So they're perfect deep state puppets, right? So these are the ones we have to look after and look out for. They're the ones that are, causing the problems. Once their funding is slashed, stopped, and the ones that are in charge there in Iran, which they will go bye-bye, all right? The people just need a little bit of help. I think what's going to happen is the paratroopers probably will come into different provinces. I think there's like 27, maybe a lot more. But the ones that are pro, taking down their leadership, kind of like with Alexander the Great. This was what happened with him. He came in and once he defeated the armies, it was victory, right? Like I've seen in a lot of places when U.S. military, when I was involved with U.S. military in Panama, for one example, we were in the streets of, after we defeated Noriega's troops, they were not elected either. And the people came out and cheered us on the streets. It was like a victory parade, like something out of Europe. It was pretty cool. So we'll see that. And as we come in with our equipment and with our paratroopers, or however they get inserted, Marines, whatever, they will come into these provinces where the people are ready to revolt. They just need a little help, right? So I think we'll see dominoes throughout Persia, because it's got to go back to Persia. It's got to go back to Persia, right? This Iran bullshit, it's got to go bye-bye, right? So the people of Persia will be back. It'll be beautiful. I don't know who's going to lead them. I thought it might be the former Shah's son, but that remains to be seen. It's up to the people, and we shouldn't pick who's going to be the leader. No puppets on our side, right? The only thing we need to see is someone that's just not going to do evil, like the current Shiite control system. All right. So now weaponry, U.S. weaponry, is on another level. Now, you guys that may have watched my last two shows where I was like kind of hinting, and then I was a little bit more forceful yesterday. You need to wake the hell up and realize that President Trump is bringing back the good side of, the space race and space, going back to the moon. And eventually he even says we're going to Mars. President Trump said that, right? So I think we need President Trump for another 4 years. What do you guys think, right? Now there's a movement of people that are ready to throw down a lot of money and make sure that laws or craziness gets changed and allows him to do another 4 years. He's probably going to need another 4 years to defeat the deep state finally. So that's what I'm starting to think is going to happen. All right, so we'll see. We'll see if he wants to do that. I mean, he's getting up in age. He's 79, and Peter Ticklin, who's I hope after you listen to what I'm going to talk about as far as his points of why he wants to be Attorney General, his old buddy from high school and the military academy. I think that he would have a major impact. But again, you need time to go in and change all this stuff. Now, when we have Professor Clements on tomorrow, he will talk about how we move towards military tribunals, right? I heard him give a presentation, at the bond gate that I went to, and we'll talk about how you guys can come to the next, show, which is the fraud gate, which basically goes into the election and all the different things that are a problem right now. Our taxes and everything is fraud beyond belief, right? Property taxes, everything, complete fraud, needs to be replaced, needs to be taken away, right? So I think we're moving that direction. All right, so weaponry. So weaponry is decided for the most part by the Pilgrim Society, the deep state, right? And our City of London. Now, you've heard Juan O'Savin come on and say it's all about the City of London. We're in the Second Revolutionary War. Kind of never ended, guys, right? War of 1812, and they're constantly coming in and infiltrating. One of those was Rothschild's central banking, Federal Reserve. And then we had, we had Civil War, all these different things. This is all part of Pilgrim Society, and it's like a poke in our eye because the Pilgrims were great, but they made the Pilgrim Society, which is absolute opposite, right? So just keep that in mind as I talk about the Pilgrim Society, right? So what is the Pilgrim Society saying about our weaponry? Now, I talked about yesterday also in the space and how we're going back to where space is positive this time. And I see a lot of people seeing all kinds of negative stuff. There's always negative, guys. There's always going to be negative. And until we clean it up, right? Until we clean it up. F around and find out, right? So until we clean it up, there's going to be negative. But when we clean it up, there will be no more. All right. So dimensionally, 5D, we're moving that direction. Golden age, no more wars. All right. But we have to focus on the right things. So they've come in and they've compromised us on a lot of different levels. So the Apollo missions were real. Yes, there were some anomalies and some manipulations are in there. There's manipulations everywhere, right? But for the most part, that was real. The manipulations where they hid, that the moon is hollow and there's beings that are inside the moon. Some, military secret space program guys, right? I remember training there in a secret space program. And on the outside is a created casing, right? And this casing can be organically created. Like it looks like, rock, thick rock and so forth. But that can be created. And we're going to see some of this right now. This is, I believe, some of the back engineered stuff that I was talking about Bob Lazar yesterday. Bob Lazar, S4 is, the Groom Lake, Area 51. He was part of, for 6 months, he worked on a program where he saw they were back engineering what looked like alien aircraft, right? And it's not unidentified, they know what it is. We should start calling it not UFOs, but IFOs, identified flying objects. We know if they're ours or if they're not, right? It's all BS. It's all part of the conditioning of everyone's mind that we don't know what they are, bullshit, right? And this is part of what when truth comes in, then we can collapse their system of control and manipulation. All right, so let's look at this. We're going to look at, how they plan technologies, where the technologies are at. We are extremely advanced, guys.
Up with ceramics, or it comes up with interesting alloys, which of course is a French word for friends, where two different metals can join together and share properties. That has always been at the cutting edge. You needed to keep these really secret alloys very secret, and for your defense contractors, because you could go higher and faster and hotter.
That's interesting too, because it's a nickel super alloy. We mentioned
right.
Tritonol was actually nickel and titanium.
Right.
And this just happens to be another nickel super alloy. And actually, it freed the US from having to purchase Russian rocket engines, because now it could go inside of the engines. And like Simon mentioned,
now they're talking about 9 unidentified flying object scientists, right? Disappear from secret reverse engineering programs. So this is the deep state activity that's going on. We have good people out there doing good work and working for the good side, and the deep state's coming in and hijacking stuff still.
Matters. Like the hotter you can take, the faster your jet engines can go, the faster your rockets can go.
Rockets. Yeah.
So material science is huge, in warfare. Look, the F-22, the F-35, just the material that it's made out of, the B-2, the stealth material is super secret. You're not allowed to go up to any of these aircraft. So
if you see that movie or you see some of the stuff that Bob Lazar, I highly recommend S4, the Bob Lazar story, right? You got to watch it so you understand. So it's on Amazon. Buy it, right? You're going to want to watch it over and over again. So in there, you're going to see this spacecraft that has composites that are phenomenal. And now I've been seeing on some like the B-2 and some of these other stealth aircraft, I'm seeing those composites, right? So they back engineered them. It took them a while, but they back engineered them, I believe, and they're being very, very secret with it.
It's not just the shape of them, it's also the materials are very important. And just think of all the things we make. I mentioned computers, the silicone is extremely important. Lasers, how do you actually make lasers? If you just look at our targeting pods, the glass on the targeting pod is actually a see-through aluminum, essentially. That's a crystal. They actually grow that as a crystal.
They grow that as a crystal, right? So some of these objects in space were grown, right? Like the shell of the moon that's protecting what's inside, right? Because you see the moon is pockmarked with craters from, being hammered, but everybody inside safe, right? 3i Atlas. Another one that I believe is grown, from crystals and so forth. And then they take those craft and they grow the crystal stuff around a craft and then they fly it.
And the turbine blades on the F-22, the reason it's able to go so fast and so high is they actually grow the turbine blades as a crystal,
right?
And it's able to just take incredible heat. So that's how they're able to produce just better aircraft. We can fly faster, fly higher. We can shoot better lasers. We can see in the dark. We can be stealth. The U.S. does have a huge advantage in technology, and this is all due to our knowledge of reality, right?
Now, when when I was in the military as a young Navy SEAL, we were still using all the technologies from World War II and the Vietnam War. Very outdated. And then in the early 80s, then everything started to change rapidly. So this is where all of the back-end engineered stuff started to come to us from these UFO, IFO, all right, different projects. And, there were little whispers of that. But as, time goes on, we're starting to see, all of us are starting to see, this is a reality, right? We do have the capabilities of doing this. Now they're going to start to go into what happened. And this is something that they've had technology for a long time as well. What happened in Venezuela? Why all those guys, just like, were bleeding from, their orifices and dropped to their knees and were completely useless as fighters.
Comes from material science. Pretty much everything comes from materials in some manner. How you produce your electronics, how you receive your electronics, how you hide all your aircraft. So materials are huge. And like Simon said, that's probably the main reason none of this is allowed out. It's not just for the social ramifications or us learning that the government, could have been lying to us for decades. I think we found that out in many other ways.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to an advantage, losing your advantage. As soon as your adversaries know about this, now they can reverse engineer it. China is very good at reverse engineering everything we make. As soon as you don't want to show your hand, as soon as you show your hand to China, they're going to copy your hand. So, I think that's very interesting.
And we just got word,
Definitely.
a new report about the type of technology that we're using on the battlefield in Iran. Of course, we saw what happened, what the U.S. was using in Venezuela, but that was really like 30-year-old technology. That was finally revealed, and it was revealed from the White House podium that, yes, we have these technologies. But now a new report, I'm just going to show this. This is being reported about what they've been equipping on Black Hawk
helicopters. But one of the most
helicopters.
dangerous electronic warfare comes from the disc-shaped objects attached to this Black Hawk helicopter.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a soft kill microwave technology. That's being fired at, and so basically it's fired at ground troops from a distance, and it basically melts their brain inside of their head. This high-powered microwave devices with this front.
All right. So as you guys can see, the technology is super advanced. In the first, was it the first? No, the second Gulf War, where we came in and like 100 hours, we defeated the Iraqi troops and drove them out of Kuwait and drove them through the desert and have them running back to Iraq. And there was a long line. This is when the A-10 Warthog really came into visibility as far as an incredible piece of aircraft. They basically, it was a line of death for the Iraqis as they were trying to escape from Kuwait. And the Warthogs just basically ate them up as they tried to, they were stealing cars from Kuwaitis, probably BMWs and Lamborghinis, but maybe. And because they're there, I've seen them. Wow. So they, Mercedes, whatever they had, they were just stealing the cars and just getting the heck out. And there was it's a long road from Kuwait to Iraq, the first city in Iraq. And that road was just a road of death, right? So now, inside of our forearm, that's a glutathione. That's a LifeWave glutathione, activates my glutathione, right? So it's good for your health. Good, keeps you healthy, right? So it's they had technology, and it wasn't revealed for a long time, but they had technology. All of the Iraqi troops that were in foxholes and so forth, that they were thinking they're going to have a real hard time, getting them out of those foxholes. They used sound frequencies on those Iraqi troops and drove them crazy, drove them out of the foxholes, had them surrendering like crazy. So, once you reveal these technologies, like they were saying, then the enemy is going to back engineer it. And so that's one of the reasons why, they've kept the space program and some of these technologies to themselves. In fact, in that movie with Bob Lazar, he said when he first came in, there were some Russians that were there, and they were, working together on some of the technologies. And then they discovered something very valuable, and they sent the Russians out. It's like, time for you guys to go. All right. And they'd obviously discovered something that was that's going to give us an edge. So they sent them packing. Of course, the Russians have edges because they have, back engineered some, UFO type technologies too. Probably some positive, groups are working with them. And this, guys, is why I believe, because the deep state basically was the ones that took down the Russian Tsar. So Lenin was in a gulag, all right, a prison in, Russia, because he was trying to foment a revolution. And so after he was done, they sent him to, Siberia. He was there for a few years, and then he escaped, and he ended up in England. And he was there creating the group that would come in and basically take down the Tsar and turn Russia into, it was horrible for Russia, guys. Russians thought it was the end of the world for them. All right. We're not going to see the end of the world. We're going to see the beginning of a new world. And Russia, I think, is going to help us get there. So the Tsar's family, Lenin and those guys came in and said, look, stop fighting. And we're just going to let you guys, we're going to give you safe passage to Europe, and you guys can live out the rest of your lives. You're just not going to do it here. Right. And so they're like, okay. And so they're waiting in the palace. And then, of course, these people are horrible. Right. So we cannot deal with them. The only way they understand is the pointy end of a gun, right? And then they'll make a deal. So Iran has been making deals. It's like, but like I said, I told you guys, they're just stalling for time. They're just stalling for time, and we're stalling for time too. So we're, as you guys saw, we're seeing a lot of stuff over there, right? And kind of keeping it quiet, but Mod Squad boy just like gave it up. Funny. Good job, Monkey Works, keeping us informed. But what he said is he doesn't give away too much information. I'm the same way. All right, the Pilgrim Society. All right, let's talk a little bit about it. Now, there is a book. I saw Ann Vandersteel with this one gentleman. And the way I found out about it is Dr. Arden contacted us, Tracy, got a message from him because I was talking about the Pilgrim Society. And I was like, what is this Pilgrim Society? I asked, and he heard me ask about that. So he's like, watch this. So thank you, Dr. Arden. So this is Michael T. McKibben. So this woman right here, Lillian Scott Troy, she unmasked the British Pilgrims Society plan to annex America. This is unbelievable, right? Unfriggin' believable. So let me share the screen so you can see this book. But hopefully I can have this gentleman on and we can discuss because it's quite substantial. And you can go see him, like I said, with Ann Vandersteel. She did an interview with him. So unbelievable stuff. And let's see if I can go through this a little bit. So this is the Kindle version. All right, unmasking a sinister plot to steal America's soul. She is probably one of the greatest heroes ever, right? So, and she's, until today, I had no idea. I didn't even know who she was. But I can tell you, this puts together so many pieces of the puzzle, guys. So many pieces of the puzzle. And I'm a historian, dude, right? I love history. I've studied history my whole life. I go deep down the rabbit holes in this stuff, and it's substantial. Now, Lillian's, so this is back in 1912, published expose of their 24-step strategy, later cemented in the congressional record in 1940 by Congressman Dr. Jacob Thorkelson, Montana, unveiled a ruthless plot to erode American independence through media censorship, financial leverage, political alliances, and social engineering. This is back in 1912. They had this 24-step plan, and she revealed it. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? She dubbed the Benedict Arnold Society, including Andrew Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, Paul Warburg, Elihu Root, and John D. Rockefeller, as Pilgrims Society traitors to America, like Benedict Arnold was during the Revolution. All right, so I've read through some of this. I've gone down so many rabbit holes with this information, guys. It's absolutely stunning. Stunning, right? So hopefully we get this gentleman on. So I'd like to ask him lots of questions because I love history. And he is, wow, he blows it up. He's like, everything Ann asked him, he's like, took it down a huge rabbit hole. I'm like, holy smokes. So I'd stop it. I'd listen to it for a couple minutes, and then I'd do like an hour of research. I was like, what? Unbelievable. So it's really incredible. So from her interview of him, she wrote what they went into. His research traces the development of Babylonian-style debt banking, taxation systems, and merchant banking networks through history and into the modern financial centers of power. So the Silk Road, from China all the way up into Europe, it was basically, like I said in the earlier part, it was run by the Khazarians, right? And they had another name for them, and he talks about that. And then they changed their name, and they became the Ashkenazi Jews. And he goes into how they, in their, what do they call it? What do the Jews call their Bible? The first part of it, I can't remember now. But anyway, during the time they were in Babylon, they took on the Babylonian ways of usury and taxation, and they weren't Jews. A lot of these people that were working on the Silk Road, but everybody was like, they thought the Jews were worthy and good people and so forth. So they're like, oh yeah, we're Jews. But they weren't. And they came from all these different cultures, and they ran the Silk Road, and they basically, were taking money from people, usury and taxation, all kind of crazy stuff. Kind of what Iran's trying to do, right? Same bullshit people, guys. Even though the Muslims, especially the Shiite, they claim they hate Jews. Jews were in Persia for a long time. They got along, and that's one of the reasons why Israel wants to hammer Iran, because they're all buds for a long time, and then the Shia came in and ruined it, right? So that's a little bit of history. Anyway, the Ashkenazi, Jews, we've talked about them, and of course, they made their way to England eventually, and once they got to England, they got into the banking system, And then there was a king that came along, Edward the First. He was the first English king to expel the Jews. King Edward the First and the expulsion of the Jews, and because they were doing the usury stuff. And he basically kicked them out and said, take what you got on you and get out. We're going to seize everything else. Right? So they were gone for a long time, for a very long time. So he kicked him out in November 1st, 1290. And then it basically, when Oliver Cromwell came back, city of London, he brought the Jews back. Yes, in 1656. So then the Jews came back into the city of London, and now we have this problem throughout the world, guys, right? Now, why did, there's all kinds of stories of why King Edward the First kicked the Jews out. They talk about how they were like, all kind of crazy stuff. Sounds really weird, right? Unless you guys know about, the stuff that these guys do at that level. All right. So now, of course, they're not the regular Jews. So this is where it gets all convoluted. And you have regular Jews, just like you have regular Christians. And then you have the Ashkenazi, who used to be, the Khazarians, and they changed their name, right? So it's like so convoluted that everybody just gets so confused. They're just like, I don't care, So that's where they're at. That's how they've been able to get in and infiltrate and do the crazy stuff they do, right? All right, so now I think that President Trump is acting like he's working with them. It's because he's got to at this point, and he's using them to basically destroy the deep state, which is, the Shia, right? So I don't know. We'll see. All right, so so in this book, they talk about the origins of global merchant banking, like I'm telling you, all the way back to Babylonian times. And then the financial power of the city of London. And financial power of the city of London is controlling the world, pretty much. The Pilgrim Society and transatlantic elite networks, the Balfour Declaration, and British Zionism. Now we have Christian Zionism here in America, where Christian groups are really gaga over the Jews. And so it's Christian Zionism is another problem. So they talk about all these things, how banking, intelligence, right? CIA, MI6, and of course, Mossad are all part of the Pilgrim Society. Banking, of course, City of London, and then, of course, the Federal Reserve, all part of, this Pilgrim Society stuff, deep state. And then media power. As we know, the media is corrupt. And that's one of the things, remember, right from the beginning, Trump went after the media. So he went after the Khazarian Mafia media, right? So, or the Pilgrim Society, we'll have to call it that. Because that's kind of confusing when you go into the Khazarian Jews, because then they can use that against you. And I've seen, Scott McKay got ate up because he talked about Khazarian Jews one time, and went all the way up to the top of the Pilgrim Society media. All right, and he was supposed to speak at an event at Donald Trump's what was it in Florida? There was a place he's got there. I can't remember the name of it, but I went there. He's like, Mike, you got to come to one of these events. I was like, nah. He's like, that'll be good. And you're gonna be speaking there? Yeah, I'm speaking there. So I'm like, okay, I'll come because you're there. And so I went there, and Donald Trump's son, Don Jr., basically asked, because Scott was blowing up on the internet because he was talking about Khazarian Jews. He said, could you not come because everybody's in an uproar about that. So like, wow. So then I was committed, and I was like, shit. So I went there, and I just got to see how those people are in that group. But anyway, why the financial system still revolves around debt, war, and control. All right. So it was a very interesting interview. And like I said, he was talking about several different things. And I was like, going down so many different rabbit holes, like I just showed you guys, where, you know, they kicked out the Jews, and then they came back, with, you know, William the Conqueror started it, I guess. He came in and, you know, brought them in and started the city of London. That was William the Conqueror, but that was 1066 when they first came in, and then they were basically expelled. Like, it was 1066. It was almost less than 100 years later. Edward the First came in and basically said, "No, you guys are out of here. You're bad," right? So now when they came back, they basically it was King. What was it? What was the king that was beheaded when they came back in? They brought the Jews back in, so they got their revenge. Was it Henry? Was it King Henry? So the Scottish king. Let me pull it up real quick. Last king beheaded in England. Maybe the only one. I don't know. Charles I. All right. So Charles I executed on January 30th, 1649. So, and the people are like, you know, when, you know, they had a civil war, and they're like, you know, these guys that replaced our kings, they're a lot worse. So there was kind of like a fight. The Scottish came in because Charles I and then his son Charles II came in and you know, just kicked some ass with the Scottish army, and they regained control, and then they got it hijacked again, and like, so the British monarchy is not so good. All right, we know that. All right, so the Pilgrim Society. Let's look at the Pilgrims. All right, so there was an article that I pulled up. So like I said, I did some research. There probably some better ones, but I'm just going to display this one. So for whatever reason, it doesn't give me the whole thing. It says, meet British Pilgrims Society president, and then they talk about different people that are part of it. And boom, breaking news, proof. Tucker Carlson is a British Pilgrim Society member with his father since at least 2004. So now we know why he and all these other people that were posing as MAGA, you know, are attacking Trump. So the newly discovered also has, along with it, so Henry Kissinger, yeah, that makes sense, right? Caspar Weinberger, okay. Henry Luce III, Paul Volcker, Malcolm Forbes, Walter Cronkite, Alexander Haig, Arthur Schlesinger, George Shultz. So, wow. So here we go. Richard Carlson, Voice of America, CIA, and Tucker Carlson. So they're on the list. All right. They found the secret list. All right. So it all ties together. It all makes sense. You know, the deep state, Pilgrim Society, and how they have influenced the media, the banking system, and the intelligence agencies. Right? It was all part of their gig, all part of what they planned. And another thing they planned way back, and before 1921, when it was revealed, back in the 1800s, late 1800s, they had all these things outlined, what they were going to do to regain control of America. And one of them was bioweapons. Ooh. And where do the bioweapons come from? China. And so who controls China? That's the City of London. All right. City of London controls China, guys. All right. Remember how they had for like 99-year lease, what was that little island? And That's right, China. You know what I'm talking about. Geez, why can't I think? I've been to it too. What's the little island that was right off the coast of China that the British had? Holy smokes, I can't believe it. It's Hong Kong. Thank you. Hong Kong, not Taiwan. No, that's Chinese. Spiritual journey. Thank you very much. All right. So Hong Kong. And I've been to Hong Kong. I got a bunch of stuff there. When I was in the military, I was at underwater demolition team. And so we went to Australia, went up to Malacca, straight to Malacca, and we stopped in Singapore. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Everything's beautiful. We went off the coast of Somalia, Marines did landings off the coast of Somalia. Tons of sharks in the water. Oh my God. Wow. And so fortunately, they're like, we're cool with you. You swim pretty good. We like you. Right? So all of the SEALs in the water. We flew in a helicopter after 2 days where we're like in the water almost all, in the night, 2 nights in the water. And then during the day, we're in the water. And then we get in a helicopter and we fly back to the ship, and the water is like filled with huge sharks. I'm like, oh my God. So, fortunately, they're like, I don't know, maybe they're like, we're kindred with us, like SEALs, they don't mess with SEALs. Crazy times. All right. So now Somalia, and did all that and went to Hong Kong. Hong Kong was beautiful. It's like at the time, it was like a shopping mecca. All right. It was amazing. You could shop, you could get anything there for cheap. It was amazing. And then, stupid England, of course, that's a British society group, basically gave it back. And they probably had that all along. And then the people of Hong Kong suffered, right? Because the Chinese communists came in and just like went and just hammered them. Right? So bye-bye freedoms. Wow. So they basically have control of, all of that now. The people don't like them, or do they? I don't know. Right? So maybe we can make a deal with the people. It's like, you want to overthrow your government too? See what we're doing with Iran. You want to do that too? Maybe that's how it goes down, guys. I don't know. So we'll see. All right. So now this woman that basically exposed, she was dealing with, and the reason why it didn't get more traction is because the guy that she was dealing with, he was a very high up, and they called him W.T. Steed at the time, back in the late 1800s, in the early 1900s. He was like, he turned so many different things around in British society. He was what journalists should be, right? And he helped get people in power. I try to do all these things too. But he had a lot of influence, right? I don't have as many people influence, I guess. I don't know. But he had a lot of influence, and he was able to turn around a lot of things in British society that were very, very corrupt, right? I could go into it, but it would take too long. I would say, read up on some of this stuff. So he wrote a book, and I got the book, and I've been reading it. So The Truth About Russia. And this is how I found out that basically, because I always kind of suspected, but once I read his information, Russia was basically the peacekeeper at the time, because they were powerful, of Europe. And then Britain didn't like that, right? Because they like war, right? And who do they use for their war making? Who do they used to? That would be the United States, right? Because that's the Pilgrim Society has come in and infiltrated. You saw those names I was naming. Alexander Haig used to be, what was it, 3 or 4 star generals, whatever. And so there's lots of, and of course, Pete Hegseth has been firing, generals left and right all over the place. So the deep state, getting rid of the deep state. And once you get rid of them, unless they go to prison, they're going to get out and they're going to do some bullshit, right? So, and I've been seeing some of these guys. I was like, God, I worked with that guy and I thought he was cool. So admirals and stuff. And I was like, it's a deep state bastardo. I said, wow. So they're being exposed, they're being taken down, but it's a process. And we haven't started the military tribunals. And like I said, we'll get some insights on how that progresses when we have Professor David Clements come on tomorrow, right? Hopefully go into that. I think he will. He's an amazing guy. He's one of the most amazing guys I've ever listened to. So I'm so happy that he says he's going to come on. So and it'll be a real treat for all of you guys. You're going to love him if you haven't seen him yet. So incredible stuff that's being revealed, right? There's so much more to come, and I'm looking forward to helping bring this forward. So W.T. Steed. So he was coming over to basically, expose the Pilgrim Society with this woman. And what do you think happened? The Titanic sank with him on board. Yeah. And it also sank with all the people that were going to resist the Federal Reserve coming in, right? Which is the Pilgrim Society's, main thing through the Rothschilds and so forth. So crazy stuff. Like I said, they'll take one guy. They crash airplanes, crash trains, just to get one guy, right? But of course, there were several guys they got. So, all right. So Fraud Fighter Summit is coming up. Let me share the screen. I've had this in my description box for a while. You can find it there. It's 15 through 17 June at the Ahern Hotel in Las Vegas. Bond fraud, government waste and corruption, election fraud, which allows all the other frauds, healthcare scams, and more. As the Trump administration delivers real accountability, we may have, there will be some amazing speakers, but we may have Vice President Vance there, or he may come in on Zoom, or he may, make a statement that will play. So all of us are trying to get President Vance involved in this as well, because it's obviously monumental. Now, this is what's happening with the Fraud Fighter. This is, I think it was like $350 to sign up for this. Definitely worth it. Now look at the schedule and all the food. I can tell you the Ahern food is phenomenal. All right, so it looks like they're going to get the speakers coming soon as far as the list. And 15 June. So 16:30 dinner. That's 4:30. Dinner buffet set up, and then 1700 meet and greet. Hawaiian fusion buffet dinner. All right, like I said, these guys put on some exceptional food, and then you're going to network with people and socialize, and this is a lot of fun. You're going to meet some amazing people with this. All right, 16 June, 7:30 breakfast buffet setup, 8 o'clock full breakfast buffet on the main floor. Everything's great, and then they have an opening with a prayer, pledge of allegiance, and presentation start. And then lunch buffet will be taste of Italy. Presentation resumes after lunch break and for the rest of the day. And then the dinner buffet is set up. So you're going to get fed. And they don't have a great gym there. So there's only like 3, pieces of equipment to do aerobics on. So if you drive your own car, you rent a car or whatever, there's lots of gyms around Las Vegas, lots of great gyms. So we went and worked out at a gym. We'll be working out at the gym. So Taste of the South dinner buffet. Dinner buffet concludes, and then they're working, socializing. And then the same thing the next day on the 17th. Full breakfast buffet. Then open prayer and Mexican Fiesta lunch buffet. Presentations resume. And then the main 3-day Fraud Fighter Summit concludes at 4 o'clock. but it goes on a little bit more if you want to stay for some more. So there's a deep dive into tabulator vulnerabilities. This is a voting stuff. Qualitative methods and modeling, best suited for those with prior knowledge of tabulator vulnerabilities, who are comfortable engaging with mathematical concepts such as statistical sampling, anomaly detection, or probabilistic risk assessment. So I will be there for that one. And then there's a dinner buffet set up, Napa Valley Retreat. And then will be the mathematical briefing on manipulation of on election tabulators. All right. So that's the schedule for that. It's going to be fantastic. I'm signed up for it. I will be there. Hopefully see a lot of you guys there. Now I'm going to go into who I think our next Attorney General should be. All right. I talked about him last night. So Tracy just told me she's already talking to him. So it looks like he's confirmed. So that's good. So esteemed attorney Peter Ticktin, I've been calling him Ticklin. I guess I was thinking about being tickled or something, but it's Ticktin, throws his hat in the ring to become the next Attorney General of the United States. So it talks about his background. He's got a great background. Of course, they tried to take him down, but this is what I want you guys to see. He talks about major crimes. He says, in any event, the reason that we need me, Peter, to get in there to assume the office is the need to get to the bottom of the insurrection, which is against Donald Trump, possibly even bringing extreme judges, former AUSUs, and what was ASU? Assistant United States Attorneys. And they got a lot of them there in DC, but they have them all over the country. In fact, they have, let me see, what's the number? As of 2022, and it's been constantly going up, they have 6,300 of these assistant United States attorneys. So they're career civil servant lawyers. Of course, they don't have to go a whole career, but some of them do. In the United States Department of Justice, who serves under the United States Attorney for a federal judicial district. AUSAs represent the U.S. federal government in civil and appellate litigation and in federal criminal prosecutions. So that's what that means, AUSAs. And others to justice and to end the over-policing of businesses and entrepreneurs where minor transgressions have been treated as major crimes. So he's talking about if he's appointed, he's going to put these on a short leash. Election interference. So he goes into detail about how it's been Dominion, foreign and domestic. He names names. He says Eric Comer down to individuals in different states, such as Jenna Griswold, Colorado Secretary of State, who admits wiping hard drives clean and overwriting on them, which is a clear violation of federal law. She did this in 62 counties in Colorado, and no one cares. Even though she pushed to put Tina Peters in prison for doing what she did, and is still pushing for that as she runs for the Attorney General of Colorado. Wow. Criminal wants to go to a higher level. We know that identity of ballot box stuffers, and says we have deep state actors who were involved in planning to break windows and enter the Capitol on J6. They plotted long before the election. We know who they are and have them on videotapes. We need to determine who manipulated the voter rolls. Immediately investigate the manipulation of the elections in the 3 states, North Carolina, Arkansas, and Texas, where the primaries occurred this year. So I've been saying that Texas, absolutely fraud, right? And so they know it. They got the info on it. And looks like if he gets in there, he's going to, start to hammer this guys. Weaponization is not the wrongful pursuit of crimes committed by those protected by fame or politics, but rather the wrongful targeting of those individuals and then looking for a crime, or worse, inventing a crime, as they did with Donald Trump. So they weaponize the justice system to come after innocent people. like the J6ers and Donald Trump. It is a two-edged sword and needs to be cleaned up. And so he talks about, how he's going to get, people in President Trump's circle, go after, the people that went after them. Meanwhile, we have criminals who have committed serious crimes, such as the sale of influence by Hunter Biden, the theft of untold millions by the Clinton Foundation and its owners from Haiti funds alone. So, wow. So this is incredible. The fact that Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff, and Letitia James are not charged for their mortgage crimes is disturbing, at least. Sounds like this guy is going to be a good attorney general if he gets in there, guys. Then he says, restart the weaponization department, probably with Ed Martin. Wow. Ed Martin, that guy is a stud, right? He would be amazing. And fund it well. I was at an event where Ed Martin spoke, and afterwards people were like coming up to me thinking I was Ed Martin. It's pretty funny. All right, so clear victims of targeting carefully by dismissing cases and recommending pardons for victims of the following: parents who attended and complained to boards of education, police who were charged with excessive force, if appropriate, so be directed to larger criminal activity. So get these people moving in the right direction, such as the investigations needed regarding election fraud. So the ones that are like sitting on their fingers up their butts, their thumbs up their butts, they need to get on this election fraud and the weaponization which has occurred. Right? Implement the Office of Legislative Affairs. Make recommendations to Congress to enhance the administration of justice. This includes seeking legislation with improvements in transparency. All right, so 13 more. 13, much more. So there's this guy's he's going to be amazing if he gets in office. He definitely needs to be in office. So there's your man, Peter Tickton. And like I said, we're going to have him on Wednesday. He's going to go into detail. Hopefully, we'll get him to the other influencers after he does a show with us. I think we get him, Nino and Scott and who knows where else, because Tucker Carlson's is a no-go now, right? And I hope Tucker Carlson's audience comes to us, right? So, and all these other criminals, Alex Jones, all those people that, still have an audience. Of course, they'll probably keep that audience, a lot of those audience, because they don't know. They don't know what they don't know. But at this point, they should be aware that these guys are part of the Pilgrim Society, right? Okay, guys. Lots of love. Let me get that out of the way so you can see my face. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
All right, folks, as promised, I said I was going to do a 10-question rapid fire with Juan. Let's see if Juan can do this. Let's see if there's any glitches, any problems with the internet. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can accomplish this. First of all, Juanito, I want to ask you a question from me. This is a question from me to start this off.
Okay.
Podcasters like Alex Jones and Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. Now that Trump's called them out, I've always said that podcasters would be activated for such a time as now. Are these podcasters being activated, or do they really believe what they believe? They're not. Are they compromised or not?
Oh, I don't know that they're compromised. I just think that they're going with trends that seem to make sense. Let me just say this real quick. I actually personally was a little bit concerned on the, for example, the Sandy Hook thing. I understand the judgment, the whole schmear, but I looked at that pretty closely back at the time, and I'm pretty comfortable that Sandy Hook is a problem. I don't think we've heard the end of it. It's 9/11-ish, okay? we got sold a bill of goods. But that doesn't change the fact that, these are people that have gone unhinged. We're in a time of war. Excuse me. You don't do that.
Well, they're doubling
This kind
down.
of situation. Yeah, I know.
They're doubling down right now. Alex Jones is defending his position. They're all doubling down, tripling down.
Yeah, look, is there a problem with the Charlie Kirk thing? Absolutely.
Number 2, when is the EBS?
Well, that's about as dumb as it comes, okay? If we all knew the schedule, then it'd be like the attack at Pearl Harbor, as Trump said, a little surprise. Come on, man.
But he put out the reset's coming.
Okay, reset is a whole different thing. Reset in what area? Is it going to be a medical reset? Is it going to be the food reset? Is it going to be a power system reset? The cell phones that need to be reset because they're weaponized? Is it going to be the financial reset? Just saying, he's not clarifying. We have multiple things that have to be reset that are going to be reset. In the broadest sense, resetting the way that we have to constantly be chased around with terrorism and going to the next conflict and war and surprise and everything else, taking it out at the roots. That's like really smart. And Iran is, at the center of much of that. So, excuse me, the reset can mean different things in different places. Give me a fucking break.
Charlie Kirk assassination, real or fake?
I don't think that we have good answers on that, and I don't think that I certainly wouldn't say that that's done.
Is the Q operation real?
Of course, anybody that asks is it real or not, why don't you go take a powder and wait for the reset, and we'll reevaluate for you. Come on, give me a break. On the technical side, every single post can be deciphered with numerical meaning and precision and the pacing, etc. A lot of that stuff could only be done if you have access to extremely important computers within the way that stuff gets posted on the internet to get things down to the second. Even the biggest companies without locations within the pipeline can't do that. It wasn't done from grandma's basement, okay? That's as simple as that. You don't like what was said, you don't understand it. Okay, well, relax. You're going to get a chance to understand it. If there's going to be a lot of people by the time it's all over. They still have that glazed over look in their eyes. But I don't understand. But and there's a place for them. Go join the Flat Earth Society, and you'll feel right at home. Come on.
Wow, you got my next question. Okay? Well, then I'll switch it since you just answered that. Antarctica, ice wall.
A cult. It's a cult. I'm sorry. The Flat Earth thing. A Satanist got paid just under $500,000 for 2 years that we know of, and there may be many more, to use the Flat Earth storyline in order to map the suggestible nodes within the Patriot community. Okay? People that would then pass on other stuff. They mapped using that. It's like pinging, looking for an oil field with big thumpers.
You told me who did it. Can we say who it is? Can we see?
Yeah. Michael Aquino. Yeah,
Michael Aquino's the one.
Defense. Yeah, who got money?
Is he like the modern day Aleister Crowley?
He would say that that's probably true. Yes.
Wow. All right. Let's get to the next one.
And he wants to match Aleister Crowley on some very horrific things, and some of the allies of his. He's on another whatever. You got to wonder when they say that kind of stuff, and then it turns out it's not true, and they've been talking to him the whole time. Very, very disturbing. But anyway, I don't want to dive into that too far.
All right. Okay. Let's get to the next one. Or do you want to answer that? Pass.
As long as someone's in your heart and mind, they're never dead.
Okay. Let's get to the next one. Or do you want to answer that? Pass. As long as someone's in your heart and mind, they're never dead. Okay. As long as someone's in your heart and mind, they're never dead. Okay. Let's get to the next one. Or do you want to answer that? Pass. Okay. Epstein. Is it true there will be no prosecutions for the Epstein files?
Now, who's the dumbass saying that?
Diana Brookers. Brooks.
Diana, come on, man.
Diane Brooks.
Dan or Diana?
Diane.
Okay, Diane, listen. We aren't done. We're far from done. Obviously, we can't prosecute Epstein. Ghislaine's in jail. Of course, there's prosecutions happening. The stuff that you're looking for is tied into things that are so big, you probably haven't even considered it yet. Okay? And unfortunately, that kind of stuff has to be, properly handled. So there's stuff into the banking that almost hasn't been touched so far with the people involved on the Epstein stuff that Epstein was brokering. So take a breath. Of course, we're pursuing this as best as possible. Bondi asked the FBI for all this evidence. They didn't even give it to her. Found hidden rooms at the FBI in Washington, D.C. and found more evidence. Somebody at the FBI was hiding it. We only located that from the burn bags at the FBI office. There is so much more coming.
Well, will Trump's new attorney general finally basically drop the hammer? Are they going to serve out indictments?
Well, I think that's the whole point. Why did Trump have to put Bondi in there in the first place? Because Congress would not have approved some of the people that Trump wanted to put in as the attorney general. Why? Because they would have done stuff Trump wanted to do, which was far more severe. So he had to put an intermediate player in there just to get through Congress at the beginning of this term. Same thing with Cash. I got to answer the question. Take a second. The reality is, whoever comes in next, I told you, Nino, from day one that she was not going to be a permanent. She was just to buy time.
You
Somebody else
absolutely,
could,
you
whoever
100%
the next
did.
one
You
is,
100% did.
we'll be having 1,000 times more opportunity to go to the wall because we're coming into a different environment. You want to talk about reset? It's across the board, including how the Justice Department works. Okay? So, hold on and be careful. All the stuff that you're wishing for, I don't want to hear one complaint from anybody that's asking those kind of questions. Are we going to see anything? When it goes so fast and you have hundreds of indictments in days and weeks, don't complain that it's going too fast. They can't keep up. We don't know. Bullshit.
The next one. Since Trump is putting his signature on the dollar, will the currency shift be apparent by the 4th of July? Would Trump really put his name on fiat paper turds?
Rome was not built in a day. And by the way, the whole monetary system with the Federal Reserve stuff and all, it's all built on a Roman model. In fact, the treasury in Rome was at the Temple of Saturn. These are Saturnists that are running this global financial system. It's too long of a story for here, but the short version is that, by the way, they put all their little codes and symbols, owls and frogs and numbers and all sorts of things, the shapes and everything. The dollar has so many occult symbols that are imprinted on it so that you carry their occult magic in your pocket. It's magic for them because it makes them, wealthy. And starting to force them to have Trump's signature on their stuff to cancel out their bullshit is kind of a joke. It's kind of fun.
When is the necessary scare event? And why have a necessary scare event? So why even have one, and when is it?
Snake bite. When's he going to get you? There's a snake loose in the room. When's he going to get you? Give me a break.
Good point.
It's going to be when it is. I mean, I'm sorry. There's stuff that's not date driven, it's sequence driven. We cannot really effectively have all the attention come back when we get into the arrest until these things across the globe are reeled in so they can't be used to pull our attention other places.
How will the military process the over 600,000 federal sealed indictments?
Well, again, it's probably not just that those indictments are 600,000. There's several million names in those indictments. Many of the indictments have the same names on multiple indictments. So, but at the end of the day, you're talking millions, and there's so many different areas that it covers. When we get into that, what it does is it allows for us to move quickly. But a lot of those indictments will be updated. So, for example, in the election stuff, even though we had stuff back in 2015, 16, 17, there's other stuff that updates fresh and new that has not been served, and the indictments don't time out, that are still in the federal court system all across the country, 54 federal courts.
Will Obama be the first arrest?
No.
Okay.
The first arrest, Podesta has some serious problems. Brennan has some serious problems. You see either of them get arrested, you know that they didn't do what they did by themselves. Many others were involved. So because of the way Brennan's been conducting himself and where he's hanging out, there may be a few extra twists in that one.
All right. When is Watch the Water going to happen?
Well, again, putting a date on certain things is a misunderstanding. We have checkpoints, choke points that we have to get through. And so we're closing on some of those now. And I would say we're on, pretty good on the timing. But I think it's better to view all of these things, not looking for a date or timing by a date calendar, but by checkpoints. We haven't dealt with Cuba yet, so a lot of this won't happen until we have Cuba resolved. Also, it's a critical thing. And then there's really kind of two parallel things here. There's the Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and similar country type stuff, and then there's stuff in the markets. At the end of the day, it's City of London. It's the Wall Street crowd, which includes other markets around the world, such as the Nikkei and things like that. And then it's the military's been getting cleaned out, gutted out of some of these, problem children.
Rapid fire. Last question. Is Israel really going to be saved for last?
Well, I think you see that happening right now. Again, there's so many angles to this. The largest lobbying group in Washington, D.C., the Israeli lobbying group. Oh, okay, but hold on, before you get all amped up. Second largest lobbying group, Saudi Arabia. And then if you add all of the Arab nations, the OPEC group, into either of those equations, they, outnumber the amount of money that's spent in lobbying Washington, D.C., like 3-1 over the Israeli lobby. So, but why I even raise that? Because Israel's being used as a stumbling block to take us to this third world war that many of the cults, especially the Masonic cult and Albert Pike, have a wet dream about causing the world to go into, to cause the three world religions, Abrahamic religions, which is the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians, to fight each other. They all claim the same father, back to Father Abraham, Father of the Faithful. Their vision, this satanic vision, is to get the three half brothers fighting each other, and then they step into the gap after we beat each other's brains in. So at the end of the day, the fight is on, because remember, Israel was created through the Balfour Declaration, and that crowd that's taken over the Palestine area and doing the return of the faithful to Israel, a lot of these are very good people. But for everybody in the audience, don't interrupt me, this is very important. If you've ever been conned by somebody, they're your best friend, they have the greatest idea, they will, oh, brother, brother, sister, sister, everything else. And right up until you get the slap in the face, okay? This situation there in Israel, getting the particular political crowd in there. Remember, the Brits were behind all of that shit. And their whole thing is divide and conquer. They're using that as a stumbling block to the world to create endless conflict, especially at the heart of the region, which is the energy supplier to the world. So why even the timing of Israel at that time in that region? Because it's the energy supply point. That's where the spigot gets turned on. The world runs on energy. George W. Bush said, after 9/11, we're in a endless war against terrorism that has no end. Okay, well, we're putting an end to it. Come May 17th, for the 49 days up to July 4th, the 50th, the Jubilee Day starts on July 5th. I believe that we're probably going to skate through most of these things. If you're looking for a time period where most of this drama actually starts to amp up, I believe it's after that. The president, God himself,
After the prayer.
wants us to have
Hold on,
a
that's important.
moment. It's crucial.
May 17th is the prayer. So after that, shit's going to get real.
That's right. And by the way, and it's why I did a coin here just the other day concerning the astronauts. In the midst of all of this, and every question that your people have, let me just say something. For the young people, I mean kids, 13, 14, even 8, 9, into their early 20s. When you talk about all this shit that we just talked about, and is it going to happen this, is going to be in that, and all that, that's very terrorizing. You're just getting started. You don't even understand everything. You're talking all that bullshit. You're scaring the living bejesus out of all these kids, and they don't have the lifetime of understanding. It's crucial. The kids need us not talking shit every second. Where's their future? Where's their hope? That's why we just went up and didn't do a fake. We did a real flyby on the moon. We're going out to pick up where we left off, where we didn't get stuff done before, and provide through all of these other things that we're doing as a people, as a country, a moment where these kids actually have a future to look forward to. And they're supposed to get to dream the dream that many of us had when I was growing up in the 50s and 60s.
All right, Juanito.
Give it back to them that was taken away from us. They need that in order to be able to have a sense of hope about what's coming.
But the first moon landing was fake.
Didn't go away the way it was purported, though. It's true.
All right, Juanito. Thank you for joining me. We did it. We accomplished it. Still a little longer than I thought, but this is good enough. Stay with me 1 second.
Constitutional Republic, common law restored, U.S. Inc., maritime law dissolved, gold asset-backed global currency reset activated in 209 countries. 63 banks functioning on fiat currency have collapsed. $517 billion lost. Trump's global military alliance in a worldwide takedown of the satanic cabal, including rescuing thousands of children from deep state underground tunnels. Trump Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations. With gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery, Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income tax tariffs and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April the 7th, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished, prosperity funds launched for we the people. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks. 200 countries and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Sunday, April 12, 2026, start of new financial era, and Saturday, April 18, 2026, possible. Friday, April 10th, 2026, breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developed behind the scenes, could be announced by official notification at any time. Nasara Dasara QFS system on Telegram. Worldwide activation. The live phase of the reset is rapidly approaching. Financial authorities and central banks from various regions are coordinating to confirm the changeover in unison. The new quantum secured monetary system will start functioning publicly as soon as the switch is recognized. Access wallet. There will be detailed instructions on how to get into the QFS wallet. I'll be one of the first to access the updated digital assets by logging in. The rollout may include secure system alerts or encrypted app updates, but because of the thorough planning that has already been done, it should be easy. Resetting finances. The wallet interface will instantly display new currency values. Automatic adjustments may be made to debts, balances, or legacy accounts. The quantum ledger will log every update, guaranteeing total transparency and verifiability. Transaction records. Seamless transition. Every previous trial has been successful. A fully offline, error-free, quantum-safe transfer was one of the most recent test operations. It is anticipated that the transition will go smoothly and without major disruption because the infrastructure is stable and support teams are in place. Everything is in order. The structure is prepared. A historic change in global finance is just a few hours away, so make sure your notifications are turned on. EBS activation. Friday, April 10th. When the EBS activates, do not be afraid. Be ready. There will come a moment very soon, April 18th, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message, your phone, your television, your computer, all of them simultaneously. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system will activate. Not for a hurricane, not for an earthquake, for the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour, but you will not panic because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment every time you read a post on this channel, every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular, every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you, and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Friday, April 10th, 2026 update. Get ready for military Jasara Nasara emergency broadcast system. EBS, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The world stands on the precipice of a dramatic shift. Whispered tales of a seismic event have culminated into a potent revelation. The military's training for the emergency broadcast system is set to unveil decades of veiled truths and obscured realities. The countdown to this unveiling marks the climax of human history as Jasara and Nasara come to fruition. This is the dress rehearsal for the grand revelation. The time has come to be in the know with precision. The event requires extensive testing and review of every detail. The complexity of revealing the truth globally means strict adherence to protocols. Everyone will be safely placed in their homes to witness the historical moment through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and review of all activities. Implications on national and global levels demand perfect alignment. This is the practice run to seek responses and accuracy for the changes that will transform humanity. The schedule is firm, but be ready to adjust. Only select few know the exact timing for security. The EBS will air an 8-hour presentation, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days of communication darkness. During this time, 7 trumpets, EBS text messages will alert patriots to tune in. Phones will only work for emergencies, and the military encrypted signal app, internet, and ATMs will be offline. Afterward, a new quantum internet connects. Stock up on at least 3 weeks of food, water, cash, and essentials. Prepare kits and plans as urged. Generators and supplies are recommended for the Great Awakening. Starlink's internet arrives by month end. Coordinating teams are revamping the EBS for utmost security. Remain patient. No interference is allowed. No panic, as it is the release of suppressed truth. After the 10 days of blackout and presentations, life changes forever. The life support of old evil systems is pulled. Humanity moves to quantum reality of peace and prosperity. End of enslavement, old systems dismantled and replaced. New gold-backed USN currency brings freedom. Alert loved ones now to absorb the shock. The unseen battle between deep state and white hats rages. Deep state puppet masters face defeat. White hats wage war from within to restore freedom. Martial law protects during transition. Stay calm when EBS activates. The second revolution is underway. Great Awakening accelerates. Global collapsing with mass arrests and quantum system activating. White hats in control. President Trump leads to deliver Jassara Nassara benefits, debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and healing tech. Prepare for revelation shaking the world. EBS guides to light. And Jassara Nassara unlock prosperity and peace. Share to wake the masses. Future bright for patriots. Global Currency Reset, Thursday, April 9th, 2026, and Thursday, April 9th, Bruce, the Big Call. The Big Call Universe. A person working with the Redemption Center was told to stay not, go out of state, and stay up to 17 days after exchanges start. A source said Tier 4B notification were pending for Tuesday, April 14th, but Wednesday the 15th was a shoo-in. Another source said Tuesday, April 14th or Wednesday, April 15th with exchanges, Wednesday, April 15th or Thursday, April 16th. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, 14th, 15th, 16th of April. Last Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who have to sign an NDA. There were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich, and the Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday, April 11th and Wednesday, April 15th. Friday, April 10th, U.S. Treasury holdings, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through the U.S. Treasury since 2018. It is stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. Internal documents link these holdings to the ISO 20022 transition framework. Global Military Alliance, Friday, April 10th. Earth Alliance war active now. U.S. military raids, global underground bases and bioweapon labs, seizes free energy tech. Iran tunnels collapse, final disclosure next. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Right now, the Earth Alliance is running active military operations across multiple continents to complete the takedown of the global cabal. White Hat forces in the U.S. military, Space Force, and allied special units are raiding vast underground tunnel networks, seizing bioweapon labs, and shutting down human trafficking pipelines that funded the old evil power structure. These operations directly empower Donald Trump's America First agenda by removing the hidden infrastructure that assaulted American sovereignty for decades. High-level sources confirm raids on ancient tunnel systems in the Middle East, repurposed by cabal assets in Iran. U.S. and allied forces are liberating thousands of trafficked children and victims while capturing exotic technologies. Extreme depth earthquakes from USGS mark the underground battles against deep state holdouts and negative elements. Positive inner earth forces aid in clearing portals and advanced weapons aimed at the people. Trump's team coordinates strikes via secure channels to dismantle cabal financial nodes tied to energy suppression. Every raid seizes black project assets, promising lower costs and innovation explosion for patriots. During March and April 2026, the alliance intensified tunnel clearances. Mass arrests are on track with EBS prepared for full disclosure activation. The quantum financial system activates gold-backed transactions replacing fiat slavery. Nasara Jasara triggers debt jubilees and prosperity releases from seized assets across 209 nations, restoring sovereignty to Americans first. The Earth Alliance controls stargates, and Iran Ops secured the final node for non-human intelligence disclosure. Trump prepares to release UFO data and suppress tech linked to free energy. Space Force protects from orbit as benevolent craft counter threats. Bases in Antarctica, Moon, and Mars are being liberated from the Dark Fleet. Cabal figures beg for deals, but face full accountability. Free energy prototypes test successfully set to create high-wage jobs and smash monopolies. Trafficking pipelines and bioweapon sites face permanent destruction. Citizens reclaim resources and security. President Trump directs strategy with White Hat briefings. Deep state countermoves fail as earthquakes signal ongoing victories. White Hat coalitions advance under American leadership. The cabal falls as free energy, prosperity, and the Great Awakening bring total victory to the Republic. Patriots, the storm is here, and the deep state is finished forever. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, April 10th. Trump victory. Strait of Hormuz opens after ceasefire as Global Alliance crushes cabal and prepares EBS activation. 107 on Telegram. The Strait of Hormuz is now fully open. Iran's deputy foreign minister declared the critical waterway secure and ready for safe passage of vessels. Reopening it was President Donald J. Trump's key demand in the ceasefire, marking a massive win against deep state warmongers pushing for endless conflict. The truce remains fragile, with some early disputes over Lebanon, but Vice President J.D. Vance leads negotiations confidently. He called the initial choppiness normal in any ceasefire. Lasting peace talks begin this weekend in Pakistan. Patriots, the storm is here and intensifying. With the U.S. corporation dissolved, President Trump restored American sovereignty under the original Constitution. As commander of the Global Military Alliance, he authorized the final takedown of the satanic deep state cabal worldwide. Worldwide EBS activation approaches with martial law, 10 to 12 day lockdowns, and mass arrests of elite child traffickers and traitors. Truth will flood every screen exposing their crimes against humanity. White Hat special forces heroically wrest finance and wars for centuries to impose their one world order. Their dark empire ends now. The global currency reset has activated across 209 nations with gold-backed currencies. Nasara and Jasara deliver debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and the end of fiat debt slavery. The quantum financial system comes online fully. Friday, April 10th, 2026, a hacker group calling itself Anonymous for Justice says it hacked Israeli databases, laboratories, and weapons schematics. The Hidden Truth on Telegram. The group also published large files containing documents and photos, claiming they belong to Israeli officers and scientists. The scientists were working on technologies so sophisticated that the world had never witnessed their like before. Inside the compromised Mossad database, you can also find detailed agendas outlining projected global scenarios for the next 50 years, including wars, economic crises, and strategic tools designed to shape world events.
Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm. Trump springs the ultimate trap on Iran as fake mega traders fall for the deception and shocking emergency broadcast. In a powerful emergency broadcast on April 10, 2026, Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm broke down the stunning developments as President Trump executes a masterful plan against the Iranian regime. The stock market is exploding upward in approval of his peace initiatives, with massive gains yesterday and more expected tomorrow as shorts get squeezed hard. Silver and gold are surging, pointing to even greater prosperity ahead under his leadership. Trump, the unparalleled deal-maker, has forced Iran to the negotiating table for the first time in nearly 5 decades. With IRGC leadership taken out, The regime is fracturing into dozens of rival groups that cannot coordinate effectively. While a peaceful deal remains possible, the path may lead to decisive ground action, potentially launching from strategic positions in Iraq, where American might stands ready to strike swiftly. The broadcast exposed how infiltrators within the MAGA movement are revealing their true allegiances. Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have launched vicious attacks on President Trump, going full opposition despite his incredible accomplishments. These individuals, long suspected of being planted to sow division, are now showing their colors as the Great Awakening accelerates. Critical thinking patriots are rejecting their lies and standing stronger than ever with Trump. Sheila Home provided crucial insights into the Taqiyya, the Islamic doctrine commanding Muslims to deceive non-believers in order to advance jihad in Islam. This explains the constant betrayals and false narratives pushed by regime elements and their supporters embedded in America. Statistics are staggering, with Muslims responsible for over 90% of terror acts worldwide since 9/11s, and zakat funds openly supporting terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Taliban, dangerous offspring of Iranian regime leaders who enjoyed luxury lives in places like Los Angeles and Texas while their people suffered, are now being rounded up by ICE and deported en masse. Their psychopathic behaviors, including stalking, abuse, and threats, and confirm they are every bit as dangerous as their relatives abroad. America is purging these threats, refusing to allow them to turn a nation into a slave state under Sharia control. Drawing deep biblical parallels, President Trump embodies the spirit of King Cyrus, who historically liberated Persia and freed captives. Persians, many of whom are secret believers forced to outwardly conform, are seeing hope for freedom. Historic peace agreements, including between Armenia and Azerbaijan, signal the breaking of ancient cycles of conflict. Divine timing with Passover and resurrection themes in early April underscores the spiritual battle reaching its climax. Signs of providence continue to manifest as the deep state crumbles globally. Top generals and officials are being removed in China and other nations, exposing interconnected networks that once seemed untouchable. Military operations demonstrate precision and overwhelming success, rescuing assets while minimizing risks despite leaks by traitors now facing justice. Millennium Trump boldly declared that the Jeffrey Epstein nightmare must end today, calling out the full network of enablers and demanding congressional action. The elite sick operations are being dismantled, and full exposure is imminent. Meanwhile, Congress proves utterly useless, failing basic duties as states step up independently to secure elections and borders.
What we think we know as of Saturday, April 11th, 2026. Friday, April 10th, 2026. The Clintons had full control over the contracts for anyone getting involved in the Haitian recovery efforts. These efforts also included Haitian elections. The Clintons implemented Smartmatic into Haitian politics after the 2010 earthquake. This is the beginning of the global operation to install these manipulative backdoor implemented electronic voting machines worldwide to steal elections and install the candidate of their choice. This is the election fraud cartel, and it's inside. Friday, April 10th, 2026. Bombshell alert. Governor Ron DeSantis warns alliance with UK at risk. They've changed their country. We cannot follow. A shock statement that hits the core of the transatlantic alliance. Friday, April the 10th, 2026. The FBI caught staging J6, a secret 2020 war game. Shows 274 undercover agents rehearsed mass prosecutions of patriots months before it happened. This was a deep state setup to frame Americans to bury the stolen election. This is treason. Charlie Ward and Friends on Telegram. Friday, April 10th, 2026, Trump, Iran, and NATO. And we have a link. Now they're begging to talk. Glenn Beck's dream. Was Glenn's dream actually a vision for our future? And Friday, April 10th, JAG arrests Obama's Secretary of Energy, who sold us nuclear secrets to China, sold U.S. Well, we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Illuminati members list in 2013, Jay-Z, Dr. Dre, Cypress Hill, Chris Brown, Drake, Celine Dion, Halle Berry, Eminem, Rick Boss, TB, Joshua, Charlie Boy, Tonto, Decay, Davido, WizKid, P-Square Twins, Britney Spears, Aaliyah, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce Knowles, Alicia Keys, David Bowie, Madonna, Paris Hilton, Barack Obama, Aretha Franklin, Bob Marley, Angelina Jolie, Jim Carrey, Bob Dylan, David Bowie, late Michael Jackson, who eventually turned against them, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Marilyn Manson, Lady Gaga, Lil Wayne, late Tupac Shakur, who death, Nas, Rihanna, P. Diddy, Wiz Khalifa, late Whitney Houston killed after she turns against them, T-Pain, Kim Kardashian, and other popular music stars not mentioned here. Famous people who are alleged member of the Illuminati, both past and present: William F. Buckley Jr., George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Al Gore, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Lyndon B. Johnson, Ted Kennedy, Henry Kissinger, Mikhail Gorbachev, Guy de Rothschild, John D. Rockefeller, Mary Astor, Clifford DuPont, Andrew Mellon, W. Mellon, Dick Cheney, Robert Colin Boyd, Chris Christopherson, Boxcar Willie, Bob Hope, Elizabeth II, Queen of Great Britain, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, Charles, Prince of Wales, Prince Andrew, Duke of York, Princess Anne, Duchess of Calabria, Winston Churchill, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Bill Gates, Barack Obama, Alan Greenspan, Ben Bernanke. Keep in mind that while most of the people on the above list are believed to be members of the Illuminati, some of them are alleged members.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, in order to be successful in helping to save the children, and in turn, save ourselves and our freedoms, we need to understand who we are dealing with. Was Glenn's dream actually a vision for our future? Long ago President Trump, like Glenn Beck, was asked by the Q Alliance to take on the overwhelming task of literally fighting Satan and his minions, and now was on the brink of success. As of April 2026, Trump has restored American sovereignty under the original Constitution. As commander of the global military alliance, Trump authorized the worldwide final takedown of the satanic deep state cabal while dissolving the corrupt U.S. corporation. On Wednesday, 1st of April, 2026, a massive global financial disruption was created when the digital global currency reset activated. The rollout of gold/asset-backed currency that traded at a 1-to-1 to each other immediately strengthened 209 countries' financial structure. As the quantum financial system came online, Nizar and Jazar delivered debt forgiveness, prosperity funds and the end of fiat debt slavery across the world. At the same time, the worldwide financial change put pressure across global markets, especially on banking institutions which had been functioning off of fiat currency. Banks not asset-backed in their currency were automatically closed. One of the biggest advantages of the new global financial system was bringing to light the government in Washington, D.C. that had become a sewer of corruption enriched from politicians laundering taxpayers' money into their own pockets. A possible timing: on Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations with gold-backed currencies, ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launched for We the People. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Sunday, April 12, 2026, start of new financial era. On Saturday, April 18, 2026, possible EBS broadcast. See Friday, April 10, 2026 breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. Nizar Jazara QFS system on Telegram. Worldwide activation. The live phase of the reset is rapidly approaching. Financial authorities and central banks from various regions are coordinating to confirm the changeover in unison. The new quantum-secured monetary system will start functioning publicly as soon as the switch is recognized. Access Wallet. There will be detailed instructions on how to get into the QFS wallet. I'll be one of the first to access the updated digital assets by logging in. The rollout may include secure system alerts or encrypted app updates, but because of the thorough planning that has already been done, it should be easy. Resetting finances. The wallet interface will instantly display new currency values. Automatic adjustments may be made to debts, balances, or legacy accounts. The Quantum Ledger will log every update, guaranteeing total transparency and verifiable transaction records. Seamless transition. Every previous trial has been successful. A fully offline, error-free quantum-safe transfer was one of the most recent test operations. It is anticipated that the transition will go smoothly and without major disruption because the infrastructure is stable and support teams are in place. Everything is in order. The structure is prepared. A historic change in global finance is just a few hours away, so make sure your notifications are turned on. EBS activation. Friday, April 10, 2026. When the EBS activates, do not be afraid, be ready. There will come a moment very soon, April 18, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message. Your phone, your television, your computer. All of them, simultaneously. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system will activate. Not for a hurricane. Not for an earthquake. For the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. The real history of the last 100 years. The crimes committed against humanity by those WHO claim to protect it. The technology that was stolen from you. The financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour. But you will not panic. Because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment every time you read a post on this channel. Every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular. Every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one WHO says, I told you. And now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Friday, April 10, 2026 update. Get ready for military Jazar and Nizar Emergency Broadcasting System, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. The world stands on the precipice of a dramatic shift. Whispered tales of a seismic event have culminated into a potent revelation. The military's training for the Emergency Broadcasting System, EBS, is set to unveil decades of veiled truths and obscured realities. The countdown to this unveiling marks the climax of human history as Jazar and Nizar come to fruition. This is the dress rehearsal for the grand revelation. The time has come to be in the know with precision. The event requires extensive testing and review of every detail. The complexity of revealing the truth globally means strict adherence to protocols. Everyone will be safely placed in their homes to witness the historical moment through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and review of all activities. Implications on national and global levels demand perfect alignment. This is the practice run to see responses and accuracy for the changes that will transform humanity. The schedule is firm, but be ready to adjust. Only select few know the exact timing for security. The EBS will air an 8-hour presentation replaying 3 times a day for 10 days of communication darkness. During this time, 7 trumpets EBS text messages will alert patriots to tune in. Phones will only work for emergencies and the military encrypted Signal app. Internet and ATMs will be offline. Afterward, a new quantum internet connects. Stock up on at least 3 weeks of food, water, cash and essentials. Prepare kits and plans as urged. Generators and supplies are recommended for the Great Awakening. Starlink Internet arrives by month end. Coordinating teams are revamping the EBS for utmost security. Remain patient, no interference is allowed. No panic, as it is the release of suppressed truth. After the 10 days of blackout and presentations, life changes forever. The life support of old evil systems is pulled. Humanity moves to quantum reality of peace and prosperity. End of enslavement. Old systems dismantled and replaced. New gold-backed USN currency brings freedom. Alert loved ones now to absorb the shock. The unseen battle between Deep State and White Hats rages. Deep State puppet masters face defeat. White Hats wage war from within to restore freedom. Martial law protects during transition. Stay calm when EBS activates. The second revolution is underway. Great Awakening accelerates. Cabal collapsing with mass arrests and quantum system activating. White Hats in control. President Trump leads to deliver Jazar and Isra benefits debt forgiveness. Prepare for revelations shaking the world. EBS guides to light. Jazar and Isra unlock prosperity and peace. Share to wake masses. Future bright for patriots. Thursday, April 9, 2026. Bruce, the big call. A person working with a redemption center was told to stay not go out of state and stay up to 17 days after exchanges started. A source said Tier 4B, us, the internet group, notification were pending for Tuesday, 14th of April, but Wednesday 15th of April was a shoe-in. Another source said Tuesday, 14th of April or Wednesday 15th of April with exchanges Wednesday 15th of April or Thursday 16th of April. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday. 14, 15, 16th of April. Last Tuesday, 7th of April at midnight the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who have to sign an NDA. There were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich and the Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday 11th of April and Wednesday 15th of April. Friday, April 10, 2026. U.S. Treasury holdings, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through the U.S. Treasury since 2018. It is stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. Internal documents link these holdings to the ISO 20022 transition framework. Global Military Alliance, G. Friday, April 10, 2026. Earth Alliance swore active now. U.S. military raids global underground bases and bioweapon labs, seizes free energy tech, Iran tunnels collapse, final disclosure next, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Right now the Earth Alliance is running active military operations across multiple continents to complete the takedown of the global cabal. White Hat forces in the U.S. military, Space Force, and allied special units are raiding vast underground tunnel networks, seizing bioweapon labs, and shutting down human trafficking pipelines that funded the old evil power structure. These operations directly empower Donald Trump's America First agenda by removing the hidden infrastructure that assaulted American sovereignty for decades. High-level sources confirm raids on ancient tunnel systems in the Middle East repurposed by cabal assets in Iran. U.S. and allied forces are liberating thousands of trafficked children and victims while capturing exotic technologies. Extreme depth earthquakes from USGS mark the underground battles against deep state holdouts and negative elements. Positive inner Earth forces aid in clearing portals and advanced weapons aimed at the people. Trump's team coordinates strikes via secure channels to dismantle cabal financial nodes tied to energy suppression. Every raid seizes black project assets, promising lower costs and innovation explosion for patriots. During March and April 2026, the alliance intensified tunnel clearances connected to trafficking and illegal arms. Strikes hit sites in over 100 countries targeting trafficking, bioweapons, and energy grids. Quantum-free energy technologies are recovered as labs come under White Hat control, heading toward public deployment to end scarcity. Tribunals process cabal elites in real time, spotting clones with advanced scans. Mass arrests are on track with EBS prepared for full disclosure activation. The quantum financial system activates gold-backed transactions replacing fiat slavery. Nizara/Jazara triggers debt jubilees and prosperity releases from seized assets across 209 nations, restoring sovereignty to Americans first. The Earth Alliance controls Stargates, and Iran Ops secured the final node for non-human intelligence disclosure. Trump prepares to release UFO data and suppress tech linked to free energy. Space Force protects from orbit as benevolent craft counter threats. Bases in Antarctica, Moon, and Mars are being liberated from the dark fleet. Cabal figures beg for deals but face full accountability. Free energy prototypes test successfully, set to create high-wage jobs and smash monopolies. Trafficking pipelines and bioweapon sites face permanent destruction. Citizens reclaim resources and security. President Trump directs strategy with White Hat briefings. Deep state countermoves fail as earthquakes signal ongoing victories. White Hat coalitions advance under American leadership. The cabal falls as free energy, prosperity, and the Great Awakening bring total victory to the Republic. Patriots, the storm is here and the deep state is finished forever. Guru Information and Intel H. Friday, April 10, 2026. Trump victory. Strait of Hormuz opens after ceasefire as global alliance crushes cabal and prepares EBS activation. 107 on Telegram. The Strait of Hormuz is now fully open. Iran's deputy foreign minister declared the critical waterway secure and ready for safe passage of vessels. Reopening it was President Donald J. Trump's key demand in the ceasefire, marking a massive win against deep state warmongers pushing for endless conflict. The truce remains fragile with some early disputes over Lebanon, but Vice President J.D. Vance leads negotiations confidently. He called the initial choppiness normal in any ceasefire. Lasting peace talks begin this weekend in Pakistan. Patriots, the storm is here and intensifying. With the U.S. corporation dissolved, President Trump restored American sovereignty under the original Constitution. As commander of the global military alliance, he authorized the final takedown of the satanic deep state cabal worldwide. Worldwide EBS activation approaches with martial law, 10 to 12-day lockdowns, and mass arrests of elite child traffickers and traitors. Truth will flood every screen exposing their crimes against humanity. White Hat Special Forces heroically rescue thousands of tortured children from deep state underground military bases. Recent operations freed victims from Nevada facilities linked to Area 51 and Ecuadorian cartel compounds. Adrenochrome harvesting networks connected to Hollywood elites are being obliterated. Stock up on food and essentials. Pray fervently. The Great Awakening accelerates unstoppable. After the communication darkness, the golden age of freedom and justice begins. Trust the plan. Q is real. The children are being saved daily. We the people are victorious. Friday, April 10, 2026. A hacker group calling itself Anonymous for Justice says it hacked Israeli databases, laboratories, and weapons schematics. The hidden truth on Telegram. The group also published large files containing documents and photos, claiming they belonged to Israeli officers and scientists. The scientists were working on technologies so sophisticated that the world had never witnessed their like before. Inside the compromised Mossad database, you can also find detailed agendas outlining projected global scenarios for the next 50 years, including wars, economic crises, and strategic tools designed to shape world events. Friday, April 11, 2026. Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm. Trump springs the ultimate trap on Iran as fake MAGA traitors fall for the deception and shocking emergency broadcast. In a powerful emergency broadcast on April 10, 2026, Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm broke down the stunning developments as President Trump executes a masterful plan against the Iranian regime. The stock market is exploding upward in approval of his peace initiatives, with massive gains yesterday and more expected tomorrow as shorts get squeezed hard. Silver and gold are surging, pointing to even greater prosperity ahead under his leadership. Trump, the unparalleled dealmaker, has forced Iran to the negotiating table for the first time in nearly 5 decades. With IRGC leadership taken out, the regime is fracturing into dozens of rival groups that cannot coordinate effectively. While a peaceful deal remains possible, the path may lead to decisive ground action, potentially launching from strategic positions in Iraq where American might stands ready to strike swiftly. The broadcast exposed how infiltrators within the MAGA movement are revealing their true allegiances. Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have launched vicious attacks on President Trump, going full opposition despite his incredible accomplishments. These individuals, long suspected of being planted to sow division, are now showing their colors as the Great Awakening accelerates. Critical thinking patriots are rejecting their lies and standing stronger than ever with Trump. Sheila Holm provided crucial insights into Taqiyya, the Islamic doctrine commanding Muslims to deceive non-believers in order to advance jihad and Islam. This explains the constant betrayals and false narratives pushed by our regime elements and their supporters embedded in America. Statistics are staggering, with Muslims responsible for over 90% of terror acts worldwide since 9/11, and zakat funds openly supporting terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Taliban. Dangerous offspring of Iranian regime leaders, who enjoyed luxury lives in places like Los Angeles and Texas while their people suffered, are now being rounded up by ICE and deported en masse. Their psychopathic behaviors, including stalking, abuse, and threats, confirm they are every bit as dangerous as their relatives abroad. America is purging these threats, refusing to allow them to turn the nation into a slave state under Sharia control. Drawing deep biblical parallels, President Trump embodies the spirit of King Cyrus, who historically liberated Persia and freed captives. Persians, many of whom are secret believers forced to outwardly conform, are seeing hope for freedom. Historic peace agreements, including between Armenia and Azerbaijan, signal the breaking of ancient cycles of conflict. Divine timing with Passover and resurrection themes in early April underscores the spiritual battle reaching its climax. Signs of providence continue to manifest as the deep state crumbles globally. Top generals and officials are being removed in China and other nations, exposing interconnected networks that once seemed untouchable. Military operations demonstrate precision and overwhelming success, rescuing assets while minimizing risks despite leaks by traitors now facing justice. Melania Trump boldly declared that the Jeffrey Epstein nightmare must end today, calling out the full network of enablers and demanding congressional action. The elite SIC operations are being dismantled, and full exposure is imminent. Meanwhile, Congress proves utterly useless, failing basic duties as states step up independently to secure elections and borders. Friday, April 10, 2026. Typical satanic rites. UFO hunter on X. We drink urine and human blood as a part of worship. Police light emoji. The Devil Worshippers aired in 1985 on May 16. Is an investigation report on Satanism and focuses on allegations that there are satanic cults committing crimes and murders in the United States. What we think we know as of Saturday, April 11, 2026 : Friday, April 10, 2026. The Clintons had full control over the contracts for anyone getting involved in the Haitian recovery efforts. These efforts also included Haitian elections. The Clintons implemented Smartmatic into Haitian politics after the 2010 earthquake. This is the beginning of the global operation to install these manipulative, backdoor-implemented electronic voting machines worldwide to steal elections and install the candidate of their choice. Friday, April 10, 2026, bombshell alert, Governor Ron DeSantis warns alliance with UK at risk. They've changed their country, we can't follow, a shock statement that hits the core of the transatlantic alliance. Friday, April 10, 2026, the FBI caught staging J6. A secret 2020 war game shows 274 undercover agents rehearsed mass prosecutions of patriots months before it happened. This was a deep state set up to frame Americans to bury the stolen election. This is treason, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Friday, April 10, 2026. Trump, Iran, NATO, now they're begging to talk. Glenn Beck's dream. Was Glenn's dream actually a vision for our future?
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So Integrity 2, or not Integrity, but Artemis 2 is coming down, splashing down here any moment now. So we're going to pull that up, share the screen. There's lots of people that are on both sides of the fence as far as like if this is real or not. But here it comes. All right, hopefully that chute comes out. So it's probably some Navy SEALs on the ocean ready to pick these guys up.
First series of parachutes.
There it comes.
And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up.
We copy. We see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
3 minutes. Wow. Started viewing it quite a ways up there. So the Navy SEALs basically are the ones that, if you look back in time, they're the ones that came in and
according to flight dynamics.
put up the, like there's floats around the capsule and they help the pilots get out. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm not going to sit here and wait for all of that, but A little bit of history here. So these guys went the farthest
Passing
away
through
from the Earth.
10,000 feet, still on drogues.
Passing through 10,000. Boy, I did so many parachute jumps at 10,000. Ooh, here comes the next chutes. Wow, that was cool looking.
Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet.
Ooh.
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
And we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
Sigh of relief. I wonder if they had a backup, have backups.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for integrity. Its crew sounding Hale and Hardy on board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Hale and Hardy. That's a good one. Beautiful.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
April 1st, of course, used to be New Year's Day. And then the French king several hundred years ago basically changed it to January 1st. And everybody that didn't agree with that was a fool. April Fools.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
So very close to touchdown. Splash, splash down.
Use integrity. Splashdown. Sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
So the next one will be a moon landing, which we haven't seen in quite some time. So, of course, the naysayers will say it's all fake, but...
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
So should be seeing some Navy SEALs jumping out of helicopters soon, or maybe they'll just come up in boats. I don't know.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds.
Wow. A lot less time. I thought it was a lot shorter because they said 10 days. So
And we're configuring for very low data rate.
very interesting. Where are those SEAL Bubbas?
Once again,
Slacking.
splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
All right. Well, that was fun. We'll see the rest of it later. All right. So lots of differing opinions of whether that was real or not. So my thoughts are it's real. So we'll find out, I guess, at some point, but maybe not. So other things we need to find out is what's going on with these former MAGA influencers that have now turned very, very, very critical of President Trump. And of course, President Trump, when that happens and he's going to acknowledge somebody as full retard, like I have said they are, he goes scorched earth, right? And he did today in social media post. Now I'm going to share with you this one little piece that I saw, which is very, very interesting about at least one or two of them. And I believe that these people are being paid to go scorched earth on Trump. And Trump is basically going scorched earth on them. For me, Alex Jones. Here's what I found. Tucker Carlson, some of these other influencers, right? I will never watch them again. Whatever they say is shit to me, right? Merdu. So let's look at this one little piece that I think is very insightful about these people.
He need to say, look, I'm a bigot. Okay, I'm a bigot. I don't like Islamic extremists. Like if you are really heavily into Islam, I'm sorry, I don't care for you that much. And I don't care what that sounds like. You can call me a racist. You can tell me whatever the fuck you want. I'd vote for you if you said that.
Mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job.
He did.
For a long time, I was pretty silent on this entire thing, right? The Tucker Carlsons, the Megyn Kellys, the Candace Owens, right? For a while there, I was pretty quiet. I saw the comments, asking for my opinion on it. What do you think is going on? I just sat back and I watched, I listened. And the longer that it's gone on, the more I am sure that all of these folks are getting a fat check. I mean, a fat check. Really big check.
Yeah, I agree with Doc Rich here. In fact, I've come to like Doc Rich a lot just by watching this one video. He's spot on. So let's watch a little bit more of this. I think he's nailing it. These people have been paid.
And another thing, it reminded me of something that had happened before, but with Democrats. Do you guys remember when all Democrats were repeating the same stuff all at the same time? It just would randomly happen. I'm like, well, this is weird. And then it happened again. It's like, hold on. This is coordinated. It was Democrats and mainstream media. And if you don't remember what I'm talking about, here's a clip of one time when they did it, when they all started calling J.D. Vance weird, all at the same time. Check it out.
Some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
These guys are just weird. That's who they are. As weird and creepy as J.D. Vance. Super weird idea from J.D. Vance.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's quite weird. Just plain weird.
Just plain weird. Just plain weird.
That stuff is weird. They come across weird and then they start being weird. Yeah, they're weird.
Being a really weird.
He's such a weirdo.
Donald Trump and his weirdo running mate are weird. Deeply and profoundly weird. They are weird.
These Republicans just being weird. It's just weird. It's really weird.
Republican weirdness goes even deeper.
He said a lot of things that are weird, a weird style that he brings. Weird.
Now, for these people, I think they should all be thrown in prison. All of them that repeat this stuff like this. They're talking points from the deep state. For me, it's like they're diming each other out. They're diming themselves out, right? When they do this kind of bullshit. For me, I think they should be locked up for the rest of their lives. But I'm almost as extreme as Trump, maybe even more so. But that's my thoughts.
Policies. Let's start with the weird thing, because it is a thing.
Just plain weird.
What was weird was his talking about Diet Mountain Dew. Who drinks Diet Mountain Dew?
You ever seen the guy laugh? That seems very weird to me that an adult can go through 6.5 years of being in the public eye. If he has laughed, it's at someone, not with someone. That is weird behavior.
Weird and cultish.
These are weird people on the other side.
He kind of doubled down on his weird ideas.
I think weird is probably generous.
Simply weird. These guys are just plain weird. Vance and
You get the message.
So weird is being generous for all of those people, right? All of those people. And we've seen this over and over again in the press, where they all repeat the same verbiage over and over again as attack dogs. It's like having the same robots out there attacking over and over again. Should all be locked up.
And this reminds me of that, what you just saw there. What's happening with the Megyn Kellys, the Candace Owens, the Tucker Carlsons, the Alex Jones, right? The Alex Fuentes, like all of these different individuals, it reminds me of that. Where all of a sudden, this entire group of people all virtually say the exact same thing. I want to show you guys a couple of clips, man. I really want to show you a couple of clips, and we'll dive into it more here in just a second. But I mean, literally, you got Tucker Carlson calling for treason.
If you work in the White House or in the U.S. military, now it's time to say no, absolutely not, and say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who...
Now, of course, the people of Iran are all, clapping and want Trump to continue. The rest of the people in the Middle East, unless they're part of the octopus arms of Iran, like Hezbollah and Hamas, everybody wants Trump to keep going and completely take down this regime. Now, moving into the weekend, guys, and my thoughts on this, I say boots on the ground. I've said this, boots on the ground, for weeks now. And I believe we're moving in that direction. I just saw a report that there are massive numbers of troop transports that are moving to the Middle East now over this weekend. Now, will it happen this weekend? I don't think so. We still have the other Marine expeditionary group that's still a week out. We have another aircraft carrier that's coming in that's about a week out. So this will be a buildup like all of the, Desert Storm and so forth. It takes a period of time for them to build this up. I think from probably some of these NATO countries that have basically turned their backs on us, we'll start to move personnel from those areas, equipment from those areas. I believe that it will probably come in through Iraq and also in the Kurdistan area. There's a Baluchistan that I've talked about in the past, where the Pakistanis may come in from, because they say they have a pact with Saudi Arabia that they will support Saudi Arabia in an eventual crisis like this. You know, the Pakistanis have been, trying to do peace talks. These people, the only peace they know is violence. So that's the only way to deal with these people, violently, right? Because they're going to be violent. This will completely take down the first leg of the deep state. There will be more legs to take down because it is an octopus, right? And some of these legs are in Europe. Some of these European octopus legs will be taken down as well. Now, some of them will be easy, like Venezuela and Cuba, which is coming, right? But some of them will be a little bit more difficult. I think Iran will be the most difficult, but it remains to be seen. We may have another difficult one with China. So as we move, and remember, China is basically run by the City of London. So the City of London has to go bye-bye. The Vatican city-state has to go bye-bye, right? And how does it go bye-bye? I don't know. It remains to be seen how that works out. If they just completely collapse due to like I think these GOP rejects, GOP or MAGA rejects, Tucker Carlson, and so forth. They're just going to be isolated, right? They're going to be ostracized and isolated.
In direct contact with the president, need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. And if given the order, I'm not carrying it out. Figure out the codes on the football yourself.
Like, what? You're literally calling for military men and women to disobey the commander-in-chief. Okay, Tucker. Okay. That is quite strange. Quite strange. Now, I want to show you this other clip because, of course, he went on a rant for Easter as well, acting holier than thou. How dare Trump say these words? Oh, my goodness. Check it out.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
Yeah, because Tucker has never said the F word, right? Especially when it comes to talking about Muslims, right? Well, just keep watching.
You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. No decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself.
So here Tucker Carlson is talking with Nick Fuentes. Oh my goodness, the best Christian ever, right? Saying that he dislikes Christian Zionists more than anybody. Yes, anybody.
Well, Christian Zionists, like, what is that? Right. And I could just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody, because like, what?
No decent person and no Christian can mock other people's religion unless, of course, you explain why theologically you don't agree with them. Okay, Tucker, this is you back in 2006. Let's take a look.
He'd need to say, look, I'm a bigot. Okay, I'm a bigot. I don't like Islamic extremists. Like, if you are really heavily into Islam, I'm sorry, I don't care for you that much. And I don't care what that sounds like. You can call me a racist. You can tell me whatever the fuck you want.
Ooh, F word. So Tucker Carlson, when talking about other politicians, is saying, yeah, you should say this. Just admit it. You're a bigot and just accept any name that comes with it. Say that you don't like people who are heavily invested in Islam, who are heavily into it. Just say you don't like them. I would still vote for you. No theological excuse needed. I'd still vote for you. Just say you don't like them. Oh, but now, when the president, who I don't think anyone would argue is a Christian, puts out a tweet, and we know Trump is blunt. He says whatever he wants. People love it. People hate it. Okay. Oh, he's the worst human being ever. How dare you do that, Donald Trump? Even though I historically have mocked Islam, I've talked about the dangers of it, which now I downplay. But historically, yeah, You know, just say you don't like people who are heavily invested and heavily interested in Islam, and I will vote for you. I like that messaging. What does Tucker also do? Oh, he over-exaggerates what Christians go through in the land of Israel while downplaying everything that they experience in other neighboring Arab countries and even Qatar, who he props up. He says, oh, they're such a great nation for Christians where you can't proselytize as a Christian, you can't publicly confess Christianity, you can't wear a cross, you can't even legally leave Islam. It is an Islamic monarchy, and the people who are Christians there are predominantly people who are there as slave workers from the Philippines and other countries. They don't even grant them citizenship, and they have 6 to 8 state-owned churches for over 300,000 of them who are, again, all predominantly slave workers. Oh, but if you say anything against Tucker Carlson, you must be a Zionist shill, paid $7K a video. People wonder why a lot of people just don't take this guy seriously anymore. This is why. And I want to make this very clear to you all. I genuinely do not care, couldn't care less what you think about Israel. It is very, very easy to see through Tucker Carlson and understand he is not the man he used to be, and he is not approaching political discourse in 2026 as the man he used to be in good faith. He's just not the same guy.
It's facts. It's facts. And then, you know, they'll accuse somebody like me of being a shill for Israel. You're just shilling for Israel. And it's like, what are you talking about? Israel. How about that? How about that? So because I'm calling you out on your BS, all of a sudden I'm kissing the behind of some other country? How does that even make sense? How does it make sense? It's so silly. But of course, it's their only defensive mechanism when they're getting exposed. Right? Bro, what has happened to Tucker Carlson? It's got to be studied, man. It's got to be studied. What has happened to Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, all of these individuals who I personally liked at one point in time? I very much liked a lot of these individuals, right? The Alex Joneses of the world. I mean, sometimes I thought he said some crazy stuff, but it's like, man, I kind of like this guy. You know, he just has like a I don't give a F attitude, and I respect that. All right, Tucker.
So Alex Jones has been going full retard, and he just had Marjorie Taylor Greene come on, and the two of them together went full retard. All right. So, yeah, Megyn Kelly, you know, she basically is, there's like this one thing with the whore of Babylon who like just goes to anyone will give her any attention. All right. So remember, she was at Fox, she got fired at Fox, she went to CNN, she got fired at CNN. Then she started her own program. A lot of us like supported her. It's like, oh, she's like us, you know, she's starting from scratch and she's going to build it up. And that's what she did. And now that she has a decent MAGA following, she's excoriating Trump, right? And so this is part of the bigger picture, a long-term game probably of her handler and all of their handlers. And they're being paid. And I like what, you know, what we're seeing from Doc Rich. He's saying, you know, 10, 15 years from now, we'll look at, you know, find out how much they got paid and we're all going to be stunned. I don't think we're going to have to wait that long. I don't think especially because Trump has some really good intel, right?
Awesome. Wow. I really like this guy, you know, Candace Owens. Like, man, I would vote for her as a woman president, 100%. Yeah, I damn sure regret ever saying that. And so, when you sit back and you think about what's happening, it's just like all of these folks have all taken a 180 all at the same time. Somebody's getting some money from overseas, from somewhere, some way, shape, or fashion, right? Because even somebody like Alex Jones, now he's calling for the 25th Amendment. Like Trump is losing his mind all of a sudden. It's just like, wait, what? How is Trump losing his mind? Because he said he was going to blow a civilization off the face of this earth? Hell, I would have said the same damn thing. Hey, I'm trying to negotiate with this country. They're not negotiating in good faith. I'm getting annoyed because this whole situation is getting dragged on longer than what it needs to be, right? I've obliterated basically all of your military. Like, what are we talking about here? We should be having a serious discussion. Y'all not being serious right now. You know what? F it. I'm gonna blow you off the face of this earth. You know, April 7th at 8 o'clock. If we don't have an agreement, just know I'm hitting the button. I would have said the same thing. Have I lost my mind?
Yeah, I have said the same thing. You know, I've been over the Middle East for over half my life, guys. and they're savages. A lot of them are savages. These people that are in Iran are absolute savages. I've said that, and to an extreme. You need to wake up to this. Islam, like I talked with last night, I had Sheila Holm on, and she talked about how Islam, basically, and we talked about it very much in detail, about Islam will lie to you so that they can get in and establish themselves and then take you down. So for them, it's okay to lie, and they will lie, and they do lie, and I've seen it over and over again. They lie. And I've said all along that they're lying about, they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and we're going to do the right thing now. And they just are giving themselves a little space so they can build back up, get ready for, blowing more people. We're going to have to go in and, stomp them out. So the Marines, I say, probably landing along the shore. We'll have some people coming in with tanks and other heavy equipment from Iraq, because we have a lot of it there. We took Iraq down in 26 days from Baluchistan, from Kurdistan. We're going to come at it from every angle, guys, every angle under the sun. And we're going to have 82nd, 101st jumping in with all their gear. So it's just going to be a complete annihilation of this extremist Islam. We're just going to have to take them down. And once that's done, then it's like, okay, we got this handled. Strait of Hormuz is back open again. Next deep state actor, and it's going to be one after another. And at some point in the future, hopefully within a couple of years or so, we're going to have no more war. And that we'll have probably 1,000 years or more of no more war. And I hope forever, but it's been predicted for 1,000 years of peace. All right. But what does that mean? Do they come back? Well, if it takes them 1,000 years to come back, that's pretty good. Because, supposedly we won World War II. We know that's bullshit now, right? We celebrated the victory of World War II. That's bullshit. Will we celebrate the final victory over the deep state? I think we're going to see that.
No, I'm just sick and tired of playing games. But you got these individuals saying, oh, Trump's absolutely lost his mind. 25th Amendment. You got Tucker Carlson calling for treason to happen. Like what? Hey, listen, if Trump gives you those orders, don't listen to him. Don't follow the orders. What? I'm genuinely curious how much they got paid. I really want to know. Kind of jealous, right?
All right. So the days of these MAGA influencers, Alex Jones, they're over, right? Tucker Carlson, they're over. Candace Owens, done, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene's already taken herself out of the picture. And now she wants to come back and, Tucker bullshit from the other side. Of course, they all do that. But over time, she will be ostracized and she will have no one watching her, right? And all the millions that she made while she was in, for her few years in Congress, how the hell did she make? She went in with I guess less than $1 million, and she came out with like 10 million or something crazy, or maybe even more, right? Who paid her to start her bullshit while she was in, the Congress? Who pays all those congressional leaders and senators to talk their bullshit and do their bullshit, right? So we're going to find out, and they're going to be dealt with, and they have to do what they have to do to try and maintain. They get puppeted. They get paid to be puppets. They get threatened to be puppets because, not all of them have been to Epstein Island. They probably have some seedy motel room, video that they have on them, some of them. So who knows, with all these people. they have to play along with the deep state. Most of them, they're gonna get them under their puppetry wing, and once they've done that, they're gonna manipulate them. That's why they do, these people, right? Very few of them have high integrity. They wouldn't be in those positions anyway if they did, you guys, right? If there's anybody anywhere in any political position other than Trump and maybe a few other people, I'm going to be highly, highly surprised, right? And when we find them, some of the ones, I used to think that all the GOP was good. And then I was like, God, I look back on that, I was like, boy, was I naive. All right. So, and, I think at some point I'm going to be like, yep, they're all corrupt, right? They're all corrupt. That's none of them good. And I would believe that. I actually do believe that right now, right? So, yeah, I don't believe Israel has control of us, right? So some people do. Some people believe that Trump is being manipulated in these jackasses that are have infiltrated MAGA, or trying to, probably because they're being paid, trying to instill that false impression and that false narrative. So you have to be very open-minded, going forward. Otherwise, you're going to get sucked into some of this negativity. Now, there's a lot of strange things that are going on. I did a show with Lynn Scott Hagerman. It was a really good show. Highly recommend that. As one of, I think, the best shows that we've done. And in that show, both of us talk about how it seems like a lot of people are just disappearing. Right? A lot of people are disappearing. And they are. I really believe they are on many different levels. And some of it, like I talked about, was, I believe, that dimensionally we are raising our vibrational consciousness. And some of these very, dark people can no longer vibrate at this level, and they're just completely vibrating out, right? And then there's more where we're seeing other people just checking out. And Elizabeth April talks about this. So I think this is a really good one.
Okay, so just a heads up, and it's coming through either random disappearances or sudden accidents or an extreme health crisis. Just know that if your loved ones are taking these exit points, it is for a reason. And most likely, just putting it out there, I know it's a sensitive subject, but most likely that person is either A, not willing to change and therefore taking an exit point, no matter how accidental they may seem, are chosen exit points. The two things in life that are the most predestined are our birth and our exit. So please keep that in mind, that is a soul choice. And a lot of people right now are either.
Now, it's also a soul choice of when you exit. So you may have decided before you came into this incarnation that you were going to exit at a certain point, and then like, I think I'm gonna go further, right? That's always a choice that we have. I believe that I have done that once or twice, and I think probably a lot of you out there have the same opinion. But I think that more people are definitely disappearing, and this is a very good commentary about why that's happening.
Coming into massive health crises, or they're having random sort of accidents. And within that state, they have a choice to make. Are you going to stay on this planet and change for the better and become the best version of yourself? Or are you going to take an exit point and essentially reset? So if they do have an accident or a health crisis and they stick around, most likely you're going to see a completely changed and different person for the better. There are also sort of more rare cases of people who are taking exit points, and we're talking the most beautiful souls, like the highest vibrational, the most beautiful service to others individuals are taking really random exit points right now. Like I said, whether accidental or whatnot. And it's because.
And this makes more sense to me now over time. because I always thought that the most advanced souls and most beautiful souls were the ones that would last the longest. But it's the same thing. They come in and they do their work, and then they exit at their chosen time. And so it's interesting because, I found that some of these souls on the other side are far more powerful, and that's why they leave. It's kind of like that Jedi, thing where, the Jedi, and on the other side, she is more powerful.
They have done what they came here to do. And in order to avoid any further karmic creation, they are taking an early exit point in order to do the work that they need to do on the other side without limitation and restriction. Do any of you know of anyone right now, maybe you, who are either in a health crisis or have had an accident, or maybe your loved ones or coworkers or neighbors who are just suddenly passing away?
So I think all of us are seeing that. Right? So I think it's one of those things that's happening. It is the sign of the times. As any renaissance of consciousness happens throughout time, you're going to see basically a die-off of the souls that either have done their work here, high vibrational, very beautiful souls have done their work here, and then they move over to the other side. And then you have souls that are, they come here for a brief experience, especially during this time frame, because this time frame is a monumental time frame in Earth's history. I believe we'll look back on this time frame and say, God, that was unbelievable. And they'll talk about this for 1,000 years, this time frame that we're all going through. And then you have the souls that are basically, just taking space, right? And not really doing much. And that's part of what they're here for too. Some clones that are out there, some NPCers, quite a few NPCers. They're just going. We're going to see less and less in the population, guys. I'm seeing it everywhere. So that's one of those anomalies that I thought that would be very interesting for you guys. Think about, contemplate, and maybe you'll start to see the same picture. Now, on the war front, we're basically exposing NATO over and over and over again. Right. So it is. I've been saying this for, I think, well over a year now, that NATO is going to go away. It will probably go away within the next couple of years, because it's a Nazi organization to begin with. Right. Absolutely, it was a Nazi organization. They have Nazis that ran it in the beginning. Former Nazis that were, as the dust settled and they kind of like laid low, then they came back, and then they were chosen to be the leaders of NATO. Yeah. So now we're seeing another Nazi, Keir Starmer, UK Prime Minister, pulls deal to sacrifice islands housing key U.S. military base. And, Diego Garcia. I've been there. Absolutely beautiful little atoll out there in the Indian Ocean. Perfect strategically. And, the British have played, around with that for quite some time. Starmer was going to give it back to the kingdom of Mauritius. He was going to do like they did with, stupidly, the UK did with Hong Kong, and did a 99-year lease from China, and then gave it back. And then China moved in there and just destroyed everybody's rights. It was horrible, right? So again, the UK, they established themselves, the City of London, the manipulators of the world economies, and they're manipulating China. So they did what they needed to do. They probably still have, some connections, I'm sure, in Hong Kong, and they work with the Chinese, and they're probably going to work with the Chinese to cause some problems in the world going forward, right? So this has been talked about for some time, seizing Taiwan or whatever they're going to do. So remains to be seen how that works out. So again, this oil, it's kind of like an oil embargo back in, when I was, in my late teens, when they did the oil embargoes and the price of oil skyrocketed. And, after that, we went into economic decay for about a decade. So could similarly see the same thing or something close to it. I don't think it's going to last that long. But, every time the oil spikes, we go into economic decline and silver goes to the moon. Silver, I believe, will go to, every time this has happened, the oil prices, and silver goes to the moon, it's a 10x to the moonshot. The last two times this happened. Now, this is a completely different one where I think the 10x is going to be way under what it's actually going to do in the long term. So anyway, I've talked about that quite often. Hope you guys are getting your silver. It will make a difference going forward because the fiat currency will go bye-bye. And then it will be backed. Some type of cryptocurrency type, I think, will be backed by silver and gold. And then we'll have XRP moving that very quickly within seconds and cost pennies. Whereas now, if you move money, it costs a lot, right? And it's very slow. So this is the future. Trump has talked about it. But it's in stages. Everything is in stages. You have to take down one thing so you can bring in another. So this is what we're going through right now. So taking down Iran is one of the stages, the steps before we can move on to greater things. All right. At some point, England will be no longer. Right. I don't know how England looks going forward, but with the city of London gone, of course, it's not going to be disappeared or anything. But with the city of London gone, and probably at some point, the Brits finding a pair and getting rid of their incredible invasion from the dark Muslim communities that were brought in basically to take over, to take down the white races that are in Europe and also in here in America. So this is one of the things they've done in the past many times throughout history. So we'll see how this works out. But the atoll of the Indian Ocean, he was going to give it away, and Trump is like, oh hell no, because they're in bed with China, right? You're not going to get that back to them for China, right? Just like we're seeing with Greenland. Europe doesn't want to give up Greenland, and it's the same situation. China is, it's one of those steps that has to be taken down, and how that happens remains to be seen. But you will see China taken down, guys, just like we're seeing right now, Iran getting taken down. No one, all the way back to President Reagan, even President Reagan couldn't take down Iran, right? And then all of those presidents after President Reagan basically were deep staters. There's not one of them that was good. Not one of those presidents was good. Not one, right? And some of them were worse than others, and that was by design. So that, the other side would hate them, and then the other side would get in, and then the other side hated them, and back and forth. Uniparty, guys. So that's why I think the entire political system goes bye-bye, and something else comes and takes its point. So it's not going to be, I guess Keir Starmer was trying to, his far left side of the government was trying to push that through, and it got shot down. Bye-bye, Starmer. At some point, you're probably going to be in prison for the rest of your life as well. All right, so we'll see, how this works out going forward. But it is amazing to see this process going down. And if you start to look at it from a bigger picture, like I'm pointing it out, it'll make more sense. All right, so Fraud Fighter Summit. This is coming up 15 to 17 June. You can have anywhere from 5 to as much as 700 people attend this. Now, and a lot of you guys have already signed up for it. It's in my description box, you know, how to go in and sign up. I want to play this little clip right here. Matt Meck is a former Marine officer. He works with Juan O'Savin. I think he's his top guy. And they're putting on another great show.
Matt Meck from the Coalition joins us real quickly. Matt, I know you got an event. I want to get it up there and make sure everybody gets the Ahern Hotel in Vegas. It doesn't look like I can personally attend. I'm coming by video right now. If I can change it, I'm gonna come up there because I love those events at the Ahern. It's a great hotel, great place to have meetings. Real quickly, just give us a minute description of what is the Coalition? What are you guys working on? What are you accomplishing? And then this amazing anti-fraud conference you've got coming up with a host of great speakers. So tell me, what's the Coalition? What are you guys doing right now?
Sure, you know, the Coalition started here actually in Vegas at the Trump Hotel 1 May of 2021. We had an initial Secretaries of State summit. And then from there, we've developed into this network of folks who are primarily concerned in trying to educate folks on election integrity, election ecosystem, right? We have folks from...
All right, so the election. Now we're seeing fraud in everything now. We saw fraud in the election. That was like the opening salvo and the opening to us having a consciousness, come to Jesus moment that our election system is completely rigged, right? So you have to put in people that are going to allow the larger fraud that we're seeing throughout all these different governments throughout the United States, guys, and layer after layer after layer of fraud. It's not just, you know, like we're seeing in Wisconsin or Minnesota. We're seeing, I keep saying Wisconsin, I don't know why, but Minnesota. We're seeing the fraud in California now, right? So it's getting exposed in state after state after state after state after Democrat state after Democrat state. But you know, it's we'll see it in Republican states too, guys. It's not it's the uniparty, right? So this is a progressive type of awakening to fraud, and this will help us accelerate that progression.
Hawaii to Virginia. God bless Virginia. And from Alaska to Texas. And that's been our main thrust. But what we've been now talking about is how this election fraud has enabled a lot of the fraud you are seeing in the stories now with James O'Keefe and Nick Shirley. So this event, 15 through 17 June here at the Ahern Hotel, is going to unite the front lines against fraud. We're talking about voter registration fraud, healthcare fraud, laundering Doge money clawbacks, bond fraud, mortgage fraud, property tax fraud, all facilitated by election fraud. And sir, like you said, certainly we're looking forward to you remoting in, and here in person would be great. And also another remote speaker is going to be Ed Griffith, the 94-year-old great author of The Creature from Jekyll Island.
Wow. Wow. It's one of my heroes. Now you're tempting me. Now I've definitely got to change my schedule and get up there. I one more time, this couldn't be a better time. You've already sold a ton of tickets. I want everybody in the area that can attend this, all the posse members. You're going to really get in depth. And as you know, President Trump just read it the other day. This is why Todd, the new acting AG, came out with the new head of the anti-fraud division there. This is a major initiative of President Trump actually to institutionalize it at the Department of Justice. So one more time, where do people go? How do they get tickets? Because I want a big representation of this. Of course, we're going to work with you guys to live stream it, but walk us through the details where people go.
So it's very simple. Just go to fraudfightersummit.us. It's there. You are on the bottom of that flyer you see. and you can register right there. And we're planning up to 500. We're could go up to 700, and the great Joe Hoft is going to moderate for us, sir.
Amen. Fantastic.
All right. So as you guys can see, the window to get involved in this is starting to close. It's going mainstream media. There's still some good people out there, mainstream MAGA movement media. So we'll see. It's going to be quite the event. There's lots of people that are going to be there. It'll be. I've been to the Ahern a couple different times. I went there many years ago with Scott McKay and spoke at Scott McKay's event. It was really great. And this one, the speakers that came were exceptional. I've had a few of the speakers on. I have more in the future. So you guys are going to get a bigger picture of what's going on with this. The fraud, as you guys heard, it was basically allowed by the fraud that happened with the elections. And then that allowed the other fraud to come in and, manifest and manipulate and grow to an incredible level. So this is what we're exposing at this event. So it sounds like at some point, if you're not able to make the event, they may even live stream it. So it'll be pretty impressive. Now, more and more of this information is coming out as we're showing you. I've had these shows trying to bring as many people on, throughout the years to expose a lot of this stuff. Child trafficking, all of the different stuff that, we've been doing, fraud over fraud. And then, of course, raising your consciousness at the same time. So a lot of you, I know, you're like, why do you always talk about the negative stuff? Because you have to awaken to that so you can let it go, clean it, fix it, and then raise your consciousness, right? And then something else comes on. Oh, no, there's more. Yeah, because we can't raise in consciousness until we clean. And as we're cleaning, then it makes a space for the consciousness to rise. And then we see less and less and less people on earth, right? Because they're getting cleaned, right? And they're checking out for some different reasons, like we talked about. All right, so this is something that Juan sent me. I'm going to read this one off. This is basically in there. It's there in Las Vegas. So we know that for 40 years the mob was there, right? And the mob, skimmed money. And then politicians saw, oh, you're making money? We're going to get some of that. So they pushed the mob out, and now we have the politicians that are worse than the mob now. And I'm not saying that the mob was good in any way. It shouldn't be any of that. But the politicians are far worse than the mob, right? The mob tells you that. The mob says, the government's far more mobbish than we are. So, and we're seeing that, the theft and the corruption and the, fraud is just over the top. It's insane. And we're paying for it. It's bullshit, right? So that's one of the reasons why we have these events as well. Now, Las Vegas businessman Rick Saga targeted by Nevada politicians fleeing Doge. So Doge is coming in and basically exposing Nevada politicians. So the mob shaped the city's image from 1940 to early 1980s and held power and profited from it approximately 40 years. Now, the hundreds of millions of dollars made by the mob in Las Vegas are insignificant in comparison because the politicians are making billions, as we're starting to see in comparison. And in case of California and probably New York, trillions, right? So Las Vegas are insignificant in comparison to what occurs on a national and global scale in government and political fraud, the deep state, right? The mob's business model of cash skimming from the casinos was intense physical work. The logistics to move all that skimmed cash around were challenging, in addition to paying off everyone on the payroll. And of course, some people that got little, wise to their scheme if they couldn't pay them off. So kind of like what the government does, right? And the couriers needed to transport cash to where it was going. That was until the real bad actors uncovered the potential of reaping millions and even billions, as now we're seeing, in trillions, depending on where there are, and government fraud, right? How do we get government fraud? By having election fraud. So we put people in place that allow the government fraud and all the way down the line. The extent of government fraud was recently revealed by DOJ in its examination of operations of USAID and many other entities. The child care money laundering industry in Minnesota, right? The Leering Center, right? Not the Learning Center, the Leering Center. They couldn't spell well. They're so stupid, but they got away with it. They money laundered billions, and they couldn't even speak and spell our language. Is also an eye-opener, yet these items barely scratch the surface of what happens daily on a global basis. That's why we're taking down Iran, and that's why we're going to take down the city of London and China, and you name it, we're going to take them down, right? And it's going to be a much better world with the play. Because if we don't, then our children have no future. They're going to be, and at some point, in some places, they already are slaves to the system, and many of us are too, and have been. With the placement of an overwhelming number of politicians into stolen positions of power, the graft has increased. For example, how have Representatives Ilhan Omar and Maxine Waters become multimillionaires while accomplishing nothing worthwhile for the citizens they represent? Well, that's because of fraud. An example of how money laundering and corruption work in Las Vegas is the manufactured indictment against Rick Saga, who was listed as the second defendant in a federal indictment last year. Saga was charged with multiple counts of money laundering and grant fraud in a superseding indictment on May 13th, 2025. Saga believes that the origin of these charges in Las Vegas goes back to the time when Harry Reid, remember Harry Reid when he got all those black guys and all, they beat his ass because he wasn't doing what they wanted, was in the U.S. Senate. When Saga filed to obtain permits on the second largest gold, precious metals, and rare earth mine in Nevada about 10 years ago, Reid demanded that Saga pay him $20 million. So it's like far worse than the mob. You have the mob government, right? That's far worse. And he wanted 20% of the proceeds going forward. So imagine that. So gold, precious metals, and rare earth, and you're having a politician get his cut from it. What does he do? He does nothing. He's just, you're going to give it to me because I'm a politician, and I'll make things difficult for you, which they have. When Saga wouldn't comply with Reid's request, Saga's family was targeted, as many of us have been targeted over the years that have pointed out this fraud from the government. More recently, after President Trump's 2024 reelection, Saga was again politically persecuted by the remnants of the Harry Reid uniparty deep state machine in Nevada. Many readers may recall that the defeated Biden administration frantically dispersed government funds to political friends to hide money from the incoming Trump administration and Department of Government Efficiency, DOJ. A $375 EPA slush fund handled by corrupt deep state insider John Podesta gave billions to charities founded only months earlier. Georgia Democrat Stacey Abrams, who could never win or was never selected in Georgia, she had an environmental charity, which was less than a year old. So she started it. It was less than a year old, and operated on $100 per month. So her charity received $2 billion. You guys remember that? I remember that. I was like, what? Right? The fraud is out of control in Georgia. Doge identified 70 million in its review after President Trump's inauguration. Meanwhile, Nevada politicians scrambled to hide some of the 70 million from Doge. Las Vegas businessman Rick Saga leases space to civilian and government tenants in his many commercial buildings in Nevada. He currently leases multiple buildings to the state of Nevada, primarily for healthcare related services. So right after the 2024 election, Saga was approached by high-ranking Nevada state officials who asked Saga to accept a $1 million payment to help hide money from Doge. Wow, just 1 million? So remember, this is 70 million. So they wanted him to hide 1 million. And so maybe they were like testing him. If you hide this 1 million, we'll have you hide 50 million. All right. I think they went around to a lot of people and asked a lot of people to hide money for him. So the $1 million payment was to be disguised as a 4-month rent advancement by the Department of Health and Human Services, corruption, for one of Rick Saga's medical office buildings. So that would have been money that should have been used for the people of Nevada in Las Vegas. Of course, it was just money laundering for the politicians. At first, Saga was told that this money, not his money, but this money was for him to put in his pocket for helping the state out. It's a little kickback, right? Like the mafia. Here, you help us, and we'll help you. Later, Saga was told that the money wasn't really his and that he had to pay their preferred vendor $999,986. So he's supposed to give that money into tenant improvements. So they give, and then they're going to take, and then more on top of that. So if they're going to corrupt you, and I guess at the time he didn't realize he was being corrupted, maybe he did, I don't know. The additional improvements at best were $150,000 to $200,000. So they want him to pay nearly just under $1 million for improvements. And I guess they were going to get a cutback or something. Saga was also told that the transaction was meant to ultimately be a campaign contribution for Aaron Ford, the Democratic Nevada Attorney General who is running for governor. Saga says that similar payments were being made to landlords up and down the Las Vegas medical corridor area. But Saga was elected to participate and said he wouldn't play ball as a member of this apparent club of insiders. After officials wired the money directly into Saga's business account, Saga began expressing reluctance to participate. So they put the money in his account anyway. So he didn't touch it. And he says he's reluctant to participate. He received multiple threats aimed at both him and his family. Worse than the mob, guys. Saga reached out, and probably they employ the mob. So the mob got displaced. They're like, we'll keep you guys in business. You work for us now, right? Saga reached out to high-level officials in the Trump administration to return the money and trigger an investigation. On May 14, 2025, before any of this could be brought to justice, 20 FBI and HHS agents arrested Rick at his building, and he was indicted. As a coincidence, and surprisingly, one of the arresting agents was the HHS, one of Saga's major tenants. So stay tuned. In an effort to expose all of the fraudsters and criminal corruption, Rick Saga is running for U.S. Congress District 1 in Nevada as indicted Rick. So I don't know. Maybe he'll speak at our event. So that would be very interesting, right? So the fraud is out of control. The government is worse than the mob, way worse than the mob, guys. It's insane. So some of this mob, of course, is in the military, in the medical profession on a massive scale. I've seen it. It's being cleansed. But of course, those that do that get attacked, like President Trump, by all the MAGA influencers, right? So who's paying them, and how much are they getting paid? And they're all doing it at the same time. Very interesting, right? Very, very interesting, right? Very pathetically interesting, right? All right. So it looks like I've hit all my talking points. Let me see. Is there anything else over here? No. All right. The fraud continues, guys. Just because we're talking about it and we're exposing it here and there, it's hiding itself. It's continuing, just like Jeffrey Epstein. You think Jeffrey Epstein, once he was exposed, that was it? That's ridiculous, right? It's been going on for long time. And this is the way the people at that level of society, if you'll even call it that, that's the way they operate, right? There's fraud on top of fraud. And now they've, taken that excrement they live in and just spread it out all amongst us, right? It's pathetic. It's disgusting. And we're going to clean it up. We're going to clean them up. We're going to clean them out. And that's where we're moving. Nothing stops what's coming. Nothing, right? All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time.
Internet is as heavy as I remember it. It's sort of like what I was seeing immediately after 9/11, where videos would appear and would be taken down. And it was a desperate attempt by the people running the fake Trump show and the fake U.S. government show to deny the fact that the United States is experiencing its biggest military defeat in its entire history. They are being systematically kicked out of the Middle East. First of all, before we start, I think you need to listen directly to the Iranian foreign minister in this clip here, because he's making it clear that they're not going to talk to the current regime. And I've been told by the Iranians they're now going after BlackRock. They're going after the owners of the mega corporations like Oracle and Meta and Google and all that. They've identified the enemy. And I've heard something similar from the Chinese. So they're going after the owners of the mega corporations. And it's not going to end until this is over. All right, now listen to the Iranian foreign minister.
No, Iran is not going to accept any ceasefire. And it will continue to wage war, a war of defense, until its demands are achieved. So there are no negotiations, there are no plans for negotiations, and Iran is not going to accept some one-sided ceasefire. The United States under Trump will have to pay the price for this aggression, and the region is going to have to change. We're no longer going to tolerate the U.S. hegemony that was tolerated for so many decades in the past. That era is over. Iran is going to make sure of that. The axis of resistance is going to make sure of that. The United States does not have the power to win this war. And as I said earlier, the military capabilities are there, and the steadfastness of the Iranian people, the Lebanese resistance, the people of Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, and Palestine, and others who are under the thumb of dictators in this region, they too are waiting for the moment to rise. These people in the region who are under the rule of authoritarian regimes that are a part of the U.S. empire or loyal to the U.S. empire, these people are becoming increasingly hopeful that the opportunity is approaching for their freedom. So the United States has started a conflict that it cannot control. It will be painful. This is not going to be some, and quite possibly the global economy could face depression, a depression worse than 1929. And that would be very horrible for people across the world. Life will change everywhere. But in any case, the United States has to be confronted. It will be confronted. And Iran and the resistance will make sure that the United States will never again be allowed to carry out wars whenever they like.
Okay, so why is he so confident? Well, let's run by some news that you probably haven't seen because it's been scrubbed from the English internet. And I get sent videos, and I look at them, and then like half an hour later, they've been wiped off all my devices, and I can't find them on the internet. But I remember seeing them. So one is that the bunker that sheltered the entire Israeli elite and their families, that's all the government ministers and their families. Yeah, so that's something you're not seeing, but they're all gone. The other thing that I'm not seeing in English news, but I've been sent by the Chinese, is that the Iranians destroyed 60% of Israel's F-35 fleet. That is, 40 airplanes were destroyed within a half an hour last night, and that means that Israel's lost the ability to carry out offensive air operations. You're not seeing that, but this is huge because it means they can do the same, and they are doing the same to U.S. air bases in the region. So the United States military is being systematically removed from the Middle East. I also had reports that there's been gunfire heard inside the presidential complex in Saudi Arabia, and I know the Houthis are probably going to be marching. In fact, they're already marching towards Riyadh. And so a lot of these Gulf monarchies are probably going to go. There may well also be regime change in Egypt. And of course, Israel is finished. You're not seeing this, but Hezbollah armies are already in northern Israel. And forces are moving from Syria and Iraq towards Israel. And the Turkish military is realizing that their President Erdogan has been compromised and is he's being sidelined. So we might see a restoration of the Ottoman Empire. Otherwise, it's going to be a Persian Empire. But this is all not being reported. But the important thing to understand is that all the oil revenue that people like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds relied on from the Middle East is being taken away from them. And although the English media is full of talk about some kind of oil crisis, it's not happening for most of the world because they are, here in Japan, for example, the gasoline prices are where they were before the war started, and this is true of a lot of the world because they're no longer doing business with the criminals behind the fake Trump and the fake, U.S. government. And here's another thing that, as an example of how fake it is, on April 1st, April Fool's Day, they announced they had they're going to go to the moon for the first time in 55 years. And they put out a picture of the trajectory, and it's shaped like a penis, okay? The other thing is, I was shown, again, I looked for the videos, they've been erased. Apparently, if you pay $400,000, you can get anything erased entirely from the entire internet. But anyway, I was shown videos of them inflating the rockets that were supposed to be sending people to the moon. And then if you look at the people who were flying to the moon, well, they tick off all the DEI boxes. We have a person of color, a woman, and they put in a Canadian. But apparently, according to some sources, they had to cancel the flight because they forgot to put an LGBTQ person on board. The story that we're seeing in our corporate press is that Attorney General Pam Bondi was fired by Trump. Apparently, this is a move to avoid having her testify before Congress, but the people in Congress are having none of it. They're saying she has to testify. and then she's been replaced with a guy who's actually in charge of covering this stuff up. Listen to this. Her replacement, Todd Blanche, in this script, in this little clip here.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So, just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's,
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women.
So the guy is basically saying, we're not going to go after all these rich billionaire, it ain't going to happen. And you know, that the only thing that's going to get rid of these people is we're going to have to send in special forces to one of their press conferences where they're all gathered with their fake media and just arrest them all in front of all those cameras. That's what needs to be done. And something similar needs to be done in Germany. I've been sent a clip of Angela Merkel, who's a Hitler descendant, and related to Barack Obama, who's another Hitler descendant, saying that they let in all these foreigners, these so-called Syrians and stuff, into Germany and gave them the right to vote in order to prevent the birth of a right-wing government in Germany. Here she is admitting it in this little short clip. So she's saying even if they came an hour ago, they got the same rights as people who've been in Germany for many generations. This is the kind of people we're dealing with. This is the kind of filth that has to be removed and will be removed. And again, the United States is bankrupt. The Israeli-based Department of Homeland Security is being permanently defunded. And I repeat, we have a standing offer from the Dragon family to completely rebuild U.S. industry and infrastructure and cancel all your debts, public and private, and free you from Babylonian debt slavery. And the bonds are there. We've shown the proof that these are gold-backed, and they've been sent to the U.S. Treasury. And we're standing by to help, but you've got to get rid of these satanic criminals who've taken over your government. And we're hoping the military White Hats will do that. We promise they'll be fully funded, and the Americans can once again be the good guys, which was what they're supposed to be. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. With our midterms coming up this fall, I'm concerned that Trump's current actions might hurt any chances of retaining a conservative majority in the U.S. Congress. Do you have any thoughts on what might happen to either reclaim the integrity and trust of the conservative movements in the United States, demolish the fraudulence of our U.S. voting media system to actually have it become a fair and honest system, or some other unknown option that might restructure our political system so that this type of race will no longer be an issue?
Well, I think we need an interim military government to force a few things to happen before you can have a real election once again in the United States. First of all, people cannot make good decisions if they do not have accurate information. That means that The whole media has to be cleaned up so that they actually report the truth, because it's the truth that's going to set us free. The other thing, of course, is the elections are all fraudulent now. They're electronic and they're fake. So again, we'd have to reintroduce paper ballots and freedom of the press before you can have a real election. In the meantime, I suggest that the state governments, hold a conference to talk about, getting rid of the federal government and then setting up something new with a new capital somewhere else, because the state government is still relatively clean. That's my advice. But as things stand under the current setup, any midterm elections are going to be just fake. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The real end game for the Khazarian mafia may be food shortages and famine due to energy shortages and fertilizer shortages, not fuel crisis, in my opinion. What are your thoughts on this, and is it preventable?
They have been trying very hard to engineer a hunger crisis, and they've been trying to cut off fertilizer to farmers, especially in the United States. But uh, there's enough food in the world. The Russians are having record crops, and they're going to try to engineer a food crisis, but they're not going to succeed. I guarantee you that. They tried before by paying farmers to stop growing crops and grow fuel instead. And when hunger started happening, people started rioting and they were forced to back off. Because when people actually get hungry, then they reach for their pitchforks. So any attempt to cause a food crisis would be immediate suicide for the Khazarian mafia. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Climate and energy lockdowns are starting to commence in a number of countries. There seems to be a scripted synchronicity to what's happening. It's starting to look like the same playbook, and it seems like they are all in on it. Every country, it's one big club. You and I, we are not in it. That's a quote from George Carlin. The climate lockdown seems to be happening in Russia, as well as Putin and officials warn of, quote, the most powerful energy crisis in human history looming. What are your thoughts on this? Do we have to be worried about our energy as well?
It's only confined to the West, but there's definitely something very wrong with Russia, too. I've been reading the official TASS news agency, and they're going along with this fake, trip to the moon, and they're not talking about the fact that the Israel's Ben Gurion airport has been shut down. So there's something wrong with Russia, but most of the world is not controlled by these people any longer. You won't find this sort of stuff in Africa or most of East Asia, or even South America at this point. It's really limited to the West and a part of Russia at this point, and we're close to the end game. But any desperate attempts to lock us all down and put us in a digital prison are not going to succeed. Too many of us are awake now. Next question.
Hey, Ben. Several countries are getting squeezed pretty hard with the oil crisis, especially those in Southeast Asia. Seeing the cost of fuel more than double, do you see relief coming from this anytime soon? What are your thoughts?
Any country that reaches a deal with Iran will get their oil. So it's really it's a move to force countries to cut their ties with the Khazarian mafia, and then they'll get their oil, and their energy crisis will end. Crisis will end. This is what I'm hearing. Next question.
And then we have our last question today. Do you have any current information about what's really going on with Iran? The United States media has been suspiciously quiet for the past week or so. Doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere near as many military updates as we were previously. What do they want? What do they not want us to know?
Well, what they don't want you to know is that the United States has suffered the biggest military defeat in its entire history. You lost 5 aircraft carriers and hundreds of jets, and you've lost air superiority, which the Americans thought was their one invincible card. And I would say at this point that tens of thousands of U.S. troops have been killed, and they're covering that up too. So basically, they're covering up the fact that they've lost and they're being kicked out of the Middle East. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you next week, and hopefully soon you won't have to see that fake Trump and his acting troupe on your screens.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Sheila Holmes is going to be joining me in a few more minutes. She's on another show, so let's kick it off. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on as usual, and the stock market seems to be liking President Trump's move for peace. Stock market's been up massively yesterday, a little bit today. Probably going to be a big squeeze tomorrow for the shorts. That's what I figure. So it's going to probably be a pretty good tomorrow. Silver's getting a nice little pop. Gold's getting a nice little pop. I think that silver is really going to start to outperform now. I think if this goes into some kind of peaceful deal, which, God, it's like I've never been able to deal with these people. So we'll see. You never know. You never know. Trump's got the gift, the deal maker. So we'll see. But my thoughts are it's going to lean towards probably a ground war. But and where will that ground war come from? Possibly from Iraq, right? Because we still have a lot of stuff there because we conquered Iraq in 36 days. Iran's a little bit bigger, but they're not coordinated. The IRGC basically, if their thing was, if their leadership was taken down, which it was, then they would fracture into 31 different groups, which 31 different groups do not work well together, right? So that's kind of why we're probably seeing some of these groups are still striking out, even though there's some kind of coordinator somewhere. But for the first time in 47 years, looks like Iran will be actually on the negotiating table with high-level officials from the U.S. So maybe we'll see something here. So we're all hopeful. War is very bad, and of course, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and so a host of other people are like, have gone full retard. They're Alex Jones. They're all saying that Trump is the devil. And, even though Tucker Carlson back in, I think 2007, somewhere around in there, says, I don't care if you don't like me or not, but the Muslims are evil, something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. But now he's saying that President Trump should not be doing that. And because he's saying evil things about Muslims, that's bad. All right. So his daddy, Tucker's daddy, was part of the Pilgrim group or something. I think he's part of it too. CIA. So, can't expect a lot from the boy. And he's proven to be quite bad. And so these people are going full retard, throwing as much mud out there as they can, trying to get some of it stick, trying to influence as many people as possible. So we got the mainstream media, you got the Democrats and a lot of Republicans. Marjorie Taylor Greene also fits into the full retard mode person, like Alex Jones and some other people. So we're seeing it just break down. They're just breaking down. And if you listen to them, then the GOP is completely fractured, which is a lie. GOP or conservatives like us, people that are free thinkers, critical thinkers, and can look at someone that is a bullshitter and go, "Oh, you're a bullshitter. I'm not going to listen to you anymore." Then some of these people, like Alex Jones, even though it was like full crazy mode sometimes, he still came out with some really good stuff, I thought. But now, no mas, right? No mas, Alex. You bye-bye in my world. So, a lot of these people, they infiltrated, I think, into the MAGA movement on purpose, and now they're showing their true colors. So this is part of the awakening progress, and process, right? So it's moving along quite nicely. So regardless of, whether the Iranians claim that they're going to, make peace or whatever, it remains to be seen. Now, these their offspring that are here in America, we're going to Sheila to talk about this because she's been talking about this for quite some time. Their offspring that are here in America are getting shipped back out, and they're proving to be just as crazy and dangerous as their kinfolk. Soleimani and his two nieces, full retard mode, and they're like the guys that they were with. They're like, we don't want anything to do with those with that person because she's a full psycho and and dangerous. Like I'm saying, these people are dangerous. So they're getting shipped back. It's crazy. They wanted to turn their country into some kind of dystopian slave race, where just like in all the other Marxist communist countries, the top people are treated and have laws for thee, not for me type stuff. Same thing we see here in America, but in Europe. But and there it was an extreme case. So they were raping financially and otherwise their people, and now their people are just bomb the hell out of them. They're going to kill us anyway, and we're slaves here. So, if some of us go down, if some of us die for freedom, that's great. Get them out, right? So this is where we're at in Iran and Hezbollah in Beirut, Lebanon, and also Hamas in the Gaza Straits, Gaza area. So all of them are being wiped out. And in my opinion, it's funny because in my show yesterday, I think I said savage a lot. Right? So somebody made fun of it. It's like, if I took a drink every time Mike said savage, I'd be like, under the table right now. That's a good one. So paraphrasing. So, I've lived amongst these people for a very long time. And I can tell you they're the people that are running Iran, they're savages, they're absolute savages. And there's no other way to describe them. I've seen what they've done to my friends and people, and to their own people. They want their own people to like gather around places that Trump is threatening to bomb. So they don't care about their own people. And then their people, come to America and live the good life. I've seen this so many times when I was in the Middle East, traveling back to America. You get women that came on with burqas on, and then they go to the bathroom and come out and they've got like Louis Vuitton and, just luxury, everything, and dressed Western. It's just this craziness, right? So yeah, we have to change this, and we have somebody on that can help give us some insights. Sheila, thanks so much.
Good evening. I was just sending you that term, TAQ. What is it? TAQYII. That strange term. Did you get that picture of that one?
No.
Because when I was at Mel Carmine's event, there was a woman from Ontario, Canada, and the husband said, "My wife is from Iran, but she's a Persian. And I said, we're used to that because they flooded California with Persians. Nobody wanted to be called Iran when the Shah fell. They came and they're like, we're not Iranians.
Good.
So I'm going to send you this picture. I'm going to give it to you so we can pull it up, because this is exactly who they are. You've described the tribes and who they are. And I'm going to send you this picture. I'm sending it to pull it up and put it in the present, because I didn't know if you got all of these things. I sent a bunch of things to Tracy, but here it is.
Yeah, I have a couple videos to share too.
It's so exciting what's happening, because he's like, don't be panicking. And I don't know if you saw my response to that, because we're there.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, didn't get anything from Tracy, but if you have it, you can share it there, and we'll.
Yeah, it didn't go to the desktop. It went somewhere else. So I'm going to resend it to the desktop. And there we go. I went to the desktop and there's no name. How did that happen? So 202. Okay. Now I can pull it up. This is a term. I know you're going to love this. I know you're going to love this. It's a and you're probably going to be able to pronounce it because you were over there. That's the term. The president did all the final negotiations, and then he said, unless you're going to start doing, is it Takaya?
Takia?
Takia? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a powerful thing. And he said, unless you're going to do this to us. And so a friend pulled up the whole definition of it, and it explains exactly what we're already dealing with in America. It's already growing in America.
That's fascinating. Muslims are taught to deceive the Ifar, non-Muslims, about their true beliefs in order to defend the cause of Islam and jihad. This deception is called taqiyya, and we'll just call it that until we find out it's pronounced something else. Muslims will attempt to disassociate Islam from terrorist acts in order to win sympathy and public opinion, especially in countries where they are outnumbered by non-Muslims. They will say that such an act does not represent the true Islam, when in fact it does. Over 60%, is that 60%? 60% of the Quran, or forcing them to live under servitude as dhimmi and pay a heavy tax known as jizya. Dhimmis must defer to Muslims in all manners whatsoever. Islamic Sharia law requires all Muslims to pay a charity tithe called zakat. A portion of the zakat is required to be used to fund jihadists such as Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Taliban. If they truly oppose terrorism, they would not pay the zakat. Since 9/11, Muslims have committed over 23,000 acts of terror. 90% of all terror acts are committed by Muslims. Wow, that's amazing. I had no idea the stats were like that. Unbelievable.
Right? And that's how they've had to live. So she was talking, Juan and I gathered with her at the end of the evening, and she was asking him a lot of questions about that area. And that came in the Q&A that we did toward the end of the last night of the event. And she said, my family. And he said, we're protecting the families. Just like what he said we're going to do here. We're going to protect the Americans over everybody else. Is that what people understand is the Persians are believers. And so they've had to commit to saying they're Muslim and dress like in the burqa as Muslims, even though they're not Muslim, because if you don't do that, now this negotiation has only been a few days. It seems like it's only been a few days, and doesn't include what happened way back in June, just what's happening right now. And he said by the end of March, there were already over 40,000 killed. So then we head into April 1 that they called April Fools, because that's the new year, in essence. The first feast and festival is the Passover. And the Passover is the same date as Christ was on the cross. And so they call it that because all you fools are out celebrating this Christ on the cross thing, this Passover, this, all of that. And then 3 days later is resurrection. So that's Nisan 14 is the cross. Nisan 17, 3 days later, is when he resurrected, and that was April 4. So April 1 this year happened to be Passover, happened to be the day on the cross. I don't know how often that's happened. Somebody said it's the first ever that it exactly matched up, so that the 4th was on Sabbath, and that was Resurrection Day. And there was a picture I sent of a rainbow. I don't know, did you get that picture? There's a picture of the White House covered with a rainbow exactly the morning of April Fool's, which was Passover and the day he was on the cross. I'm going to resend all of these to you, probably one by one. She must think that I'm trained to do this, but you're the technical one. I'm not technical, so I'm gonna try and get this to you. So let me see here. So there, someone took a picture, and it's a complete over the White House itself. The picture shows the White House covered in a huge rainbow, and this was right about sunrise on. I
think I might have found it.
April 1st. The what?
Is this
nope. That's the one. That's the one that Obama put up.
Okay.
That was when they did the pride flag on there. No, it was just, I think it was a personal picture that was done. What is happening here? Oh, wants me to put a subject in. I am so sorry. Because I sent a bunch of pictures in. Okay, now it went through. And it's just such a beautiful depiction, and that it all happened at the same time. Now, April Fool's, see, April 1st is considered like the beginning of the year, because that's the first feast and festival is Passover of the year. Because we go all the way back to the Roman calendar, which started in March, because they added Janus and February gods and goddesses after that. So,
yeah, when they changed it to January 1st, anyone that still connected, and this was, I think the French did this, French king did this. So they did, you're a fool if you do not believe that it should be January 1st instead of April 1st. So that's where April Fool's Day came from.
We lost over 700,000 people in the Civil War because of that battle. It's how that's how we have lived, just like they were living. And that's why that description was so unique. It's just like when the president put out covert, everyone was like, where does he get these words? And then when the definition was provided, people were like, whoa, wait a minute. That's what they want to do to us, but they're already doing it. You've probably heard in Texas where they had, there's a woman going around, I don't know who all she's talking to, but she's around at all these different events saying, and all on social media, saying that